comes from the stoop. Everything.
Your shadow.
Everything comes from the stoop. Everything.
Your shadow. Your shadow.
Everything comes from the stoop. Everything.
Shadow. Your shadow.
Everything comes from the stoop. Everything.
This is bedtime magic. Yes, yes. Sit back and relax. Fellas, calm down. Let the sexy ladies work. Ladies, spray your favorite fragrance in the air. Do it now. Yes, yes. Come on. Do you feel it? Light a candle, feel the vibe. J.F.K in the mix. Come on. Right now. Do you feel it? Light a candle, feel the vibes and feel the magic. Drop a comment, super chat with the boys, unwind, match the energy. Come on. J.F.K in the mix. Come on. Right now. Ladies, this is bedtime magic. Yes, yes. Sit back and relax.
What's going on, people? What up, people? Come on. What are we doing out here? Can we talk? I got a story to tell.
We're not in right now, but if you leave your name and number, we'll get back to you.
Houseway. Bedtime magic is on. Match the energy. Let's go. Come on. Let's go.
All this love waiting just for you.
Just for you.
Gotta know that your love is true. Can't keep running, boy, in and out my life. Wanna
Nope.
be your girl, not 'cause the mood is right. If I let you come inside tomorrow, will you hide? Will you be
Come on.
there for me when I need someone to hold? Baby, don't misunderstand. I do want you for my man. I just need a little time before I invest my love. Don't walk away, boy. Don't walk away. My love won't hurt you. No, no. Don't walk away, boy. I'll be right there for you. All the things that I like to hear. You push on my buttons, baby. Love to have you close to me. Wanna feel your love. Wanna be for sure that it's me you need, baby. Each and every night. If I let you come inside tomorrow, will you hide? Will you be there for me when I need someone to hold? Baby, don't misunderstand. I do want you for my man. I just need a little time before I invest my love. Don't walk away, boy. My love won't hurt you. No, don't walk away, boy. Don't walk away. I'll be right there for you. Don't misunderstand. I want you for my man. I need a little time before I give you my love. Don't walk away, boy. Walk away. I'll be right there for you. Don't walk away. This is what it sounds like when we make love.
What does it sound like, ladies? Yes. Come on, people. Diane, what up? Aunt B, 5 J.F.K. Memberships. Shell Beach. Becky G. Shell Beach. Yes, I'm loving the energy. Aunt B coming through. Who's gonna match? Come on. Someone go match Aunt B right now. This is Bedtime Magic. Come on.
Just remember, the doors to my heart will always be open to you.
Here we go. Night shift on man coming through.
Look for the light if you're lost in the night. I'll write your name on my door.
Rose coming through. She's matching.
A
Wicked Honest match. My lady's coming through tonight.
To hold you near. All I demand is you be my security.
Cynthia Lynch. You gotta lower that mic. Lower that mic.
Take me where I wanna be.
What the duck?
Just look at me, see.
Let me get a mic check real quick. Let me get a mic check.
Mic check, mic check.
Yeah, there's just some wild shit going on over there.
Mic check, mic check.
Good, good, good.
Love is a house and you got the key. Look in my eyes, there'll be no surprise. You'll find a window to love, and I'll do anything in my power.
Becky G coming through, matching up. What the duck? Cynthia Lynch. Oxymoron, let's go.
In my heart, I know you're the one for me. Love is a house, you got the key. To take me where I wanna be. Just look and you'll see. Love is a house, you got the key.
Michelle Corey doubling for the crew. I love it, Michelle Corey.
When the night meets the morning, I hear you calling my name, TC, and begging no if I answer. Things will never be the same. Never be the same.
Here we go.
Deep in my heart, I know that you're the number one for me.
Love is a house. Come on. Who got the key, Adi? Still waiting on that cab. Been here for like a week.
Just gonna say it's been like a week.
Woo! Yes, yes, yes. The crew is all here. Let's get a quick roll call. We got sitting right here. We got what's your name, my brother? And the
Good.
mute button.
Kevy Kev 781.
And sitting over here, who we got?
The one and only Jay Brill.
And I go by the name of J.F.K. And this is Bedtime Magic. Everybody sit back, relax, and we're just going to take it down a notch. Man, story time a little bit. We got a pretty uneventful, I don't know if that's the right word, text message, huh? That kind of like stung a little bit.
Yeah, a lot of it.
Yeah.
Did-
Yeah.
Did you go through that transcript by any chance and see where that pot when he talked about the see you next Tuesday situation?
Nah,
No. I should that's not your fault. I should have asked you from jump.
I was gonna. I got a little caught up today.
that's
I had
fine. That's
a
fine.
bunch of stuff I had to do. So
Does anybody want to speak to it? I mean, or just keep it moving?
I mean, yeah. I mean, I looked at it as kind of like, you know,
Racco.
I mean, I'm just serious, like I'm before I say, say the words or say the words that are gonna come out of my motherfucking mouth.
Good moment.
I looked at it from both angles, I mean, I personally met the family. Um, and I mean, they're wonderful people. You know, um, they've been through a lot. They've had this. They've been living this for the past 31 years
I like it.
themselves.
I like your hair,
Every
Kevin.
day.
Man. Your hair looks
Thanks,
dope,
man.
bro.
Yeah, man.
Nice.
Thanks, bro.
Looks fresh. Good, bro.
And and I can see how they can be defenseful. You know, um, just from living it. You know, but what I think you know that hopefully was.
Damn, turn to the side a little bit, Kevin. Kev. I keep seeing a little shade of it. Let me see that fade.
God damn, bro.
God, it's like that,
Pretty
Kevin
comes
Kev.
out fresh.
It's like
God
that.
damn, you know what I'm saying, bro? Check that shit.
Damn, Kevin Kev. It's like that, dog. That's the way we're doing it for fucking
How we do it
2026.
over here, bro?
God damn, man. You know what,
God damn.
man? I'm quitting this
God
whole
damn.
shit, man. I'm out. See you.
Here we
So
go. Sensitive Sally.
God damn. God damn, he's right. God damn.
Man,
But
you killing it, Kevin Kev. It's like that, and that's the way it is. Woo. Kevin Kev 781 on a cash app.
yeah, it's I'm what I'm getting at is too is just like I can see how they can be real. And when I say they, I'm talking about the O'Briens,
Mm.
Trisha and Big Ed, you know. I mean, it's just, I think, there's, you can't like, yeah, we say like pull back the curtain, you know, but, how we came into this was we talked about this case before we acted on this case, before we initiated, the jump, let's say. And, you know, there's a method to this whole madness, of trying to get to the bottom of both sides. And, maybe sometimes it could be misinterpreted, you know, um, and it could be things can be taken the wrong way, you know, but you have to let this take its course in this style of investigation, you know. I mean, I say investigation, it's like, we're picking things apart, we're seeing the inconsistencies, we're doubling down and going over the same subject over and over. Um,
Like an investigation.
yeah, yeah. And I mean, and the O'Briens have heard, you know, you
You think
know,
they heard enough?
I think they've heard everything that every upset stomach, every, you know, um, sour taste that they've had over the years. It wasn't just once, you know, it's happened a couple of times, and they're kind of revisiting that again. They're revisiting the you know the other side of what if this happened, or what if it was this way, or what if we're wrong. you know I mean,
What do you mean? What if we're wrong about what? Which way we're wrong?
well, what I mean is in the aspect of, you know putting, pointing the finger, or
Either way,
either way. Either way, I mean, we came into this not choosing a side, and you know what? I've heard JFK explain it. We're not choosing a side. You know, we're we're rolling off of what's come to the head. What's risen from what
We're
we've.
taking, there's like a saying in the NBA, we're taking what the defense gives us. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly.
Like we're taking what comes to us, man.
And I'll tell you, last night, um, you just touched upon pulling up something in the transcript, um, about the CUNT. Now, you, JFK, J Brill, Kevy Kev 781, us as a panel, we did not point the finger and say those words
To Trisha.
to Trisha.
No.
What
Who was in
what
the
was
chat last night? Who was in the chat last night? Can someone get us the timestamp to when we spoke on the sloppiness of um I'm getting a little pushback with you, Kevy Kev, on your
how
headphones. Yeah, yeah.
how
Don't
we
move
doing
that
now?
mic.
All right.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
what
You gotta
what
you
I
gotta
was
keep
trying
it. You gotta
keep it
keep that
right
mic.
there.
Lower to your mic a little bit. Your mic. No, I'm talking about on the getting some feedback.
Yeah.
See if that takes care of it. Mic check, mic check, mic check, mic check.
Mike
Go ahead. You
Mike
say something.
Mic check to the gods.
Mic check.
Mic check. Mic check.
All right, we can live with it. Go ahead.
Yeah.
We still getting.
Too much there?
I hear a little echo when JFK talks.
Yeah, it's
Right
like when
there.
we talk, it's bouncing back. It sounds like I don't know how people. Yeah, it's kind of bad.
All right.
You want to go headphoneless?
How's that?
Mic check.
Mic check. Mic check to the gods.
It's
Yo,
not you, Kevy Kev. It's when he
it's
talks,
me.
we're hearing the echo.
Yo, yo, yo. Let me tell you how it goes. There was soda on the table, bums in the staircase. Hip hop was the soundtrack. Now we good now.
We
Ah,
were good.
yeah.
How's that? How's that for me?
You've been
Let me.
sounding fine. It's when we talk, we echo.
Go ahead, man. Finish your thoughts, bro.
Yeah. I mean, I just, we were touching upon that because we said, you know, like you see the chat, our chat, um, the way the chats react. There's going to be people in our chats that are going to think that Eddie did this, and there's going to be people in our chat that are going to be Eddie didn't do this. Free Eddie. Even last night, I seen in the chat, somebody had said, geez, Mrs. O'Brien, like you really thought, you really think the DA would frame, put blood evidence in that house. That was,
That's what she said.
exactly.
She said
But
that.
the chat reacted a little bit to that and was like, I
Well,
remember I read it.
the thing is that's transcribed now. By her saying that, if there's somebody else watching, the same way you got Adi transcribed, you got Trisha transcribed.
And you know that and that's not kickback. I mean, that's a healthy chat.
That's a healthy chat. I like that.
You know what I'm saying? I mean, that you need that. And the other thing,
Kevy Kev got the best lines ever, dude.
god damn, I'm
That's a fact.
trying.
That's a healthy chat. I love that.
Yeah, it is. It's a healthy chat because you're not, you know, and where that this is, being, how it was directed last night is that look what happened when, and we kind of air quoted on the Karen Reed trial.
Mm.
Look what happened to Mrs. O'Keefe when one person called her a CUNT. Everybody attacked her. As soon as she got attacked, they don't want to talk. They don't want to talk to nobody. They built a wall. They started to block that stuff out, you know,
And it
and
became sides. It became the
now you
Karen Reed side and the John O'Kee side.
exactly, and that's what and that's something that we don't want in this chat,
No.
you know, and that's not why we're doing this either, you know.
And people and what the O'Briens got to understand. I'm gonna mute you up real quick, Kev, for a
Yeah,
second. What the O'Briens don't understand that mostly everybody here came from the Karen Reed trial. So when I spoke on the See You Next Tuesday parallel, just trying to draw, let people know, like, what if someone started attacking Trisha? Like, hey, your son did this, it would just stir things up and get sloppy. And
Right.
and it's getting sloppy right now for the other side because I feel like the other side, we really need to talk to Carol. We really need to talk to we really need to talk to Ryan. We need to talk to Mako because the guy out, he's lying and he made up, his story is just totally fugazi. And we need to just ask them some questions about, what they know about his story and see if it lines up. But as I said yesterday, I said, I think what people gotta understand, as I said yesterday, the more and more we dig, we're gonna find out the truth and whether it's gonna peel back the onion, and on that side, it could be what the guy said in the comment. Riley is a piece of trash, right? Two things could be true. Riley is a political motivated cat, you know, set dudes up, push things to the limit. But it also could be true that Eddie did this to Janet. And the more and more we peel this back, the more and more we're gonna find out. And so to put context to what people keep asking, I see people asking. Just basically, we got attacked today in a text. Frustration, no big deal. Life goes on. No one's taking it serious. But just basically, I think some delusional accountability. I mean, maybe that might be too harsh. I don't think that. Maybe that might be too harsh, but I don't know. It just was wild because no one forces anybody to stay in the chat till 1 a.m. in the chat. You know what I mean? Like Trisha was rocking with us, man. And we were asking the questions, and that's a huge thing, right? And like when it comes to Artie, as we peel back all the layers and we caught him in a million lies, keep in mind, ladies and gentlemen, the O'Briens were the first ones to say that Artie Ortiz did this. And if you're blind, they said this in 1997. We didn't say this. They said it. You know what I mean? So we opened it up to where we caught mad inconsistencies of Artie, right? Like no one ever did it in 30 years. You heard Margot. In 30 years, I never heard about a cat. Never knew about a cat. And I'm sure in 30 years you never heard that he on the phone from South Station that she said, I'm going to the hospital. And he still went to Somerville. And why didn't he just go to the hospital? And and it's like, this is crazy. It's like, you know, we want justice for Eddie. Like, if he is being held in a prison for the last 30 years for something he didn't do. But then again, is there an explanation to what happened? Why Artie is all caught up in these web of lies? And we don't really know because we never talked to the other side yet to kind of investigate that part. So as we're going through that process, I feel like the O'Briens are getting frustrated, thinking that we're attacking Eddie because we're saying, hey, what if Eddie just did this? But what do you want us to say? You want us to say Eddie didn't do it, and you want us to do a straight hit piece? That wouldn't be being true to who we are, And I'm not saying that's what they want us to do, be clear. Disclaimer. I want to be clear. I'm not saying that's what they want us to do, but I can only assume by the lash out today that's could be a reason. They don't like hearing bad things like being said about Eddie. Like, oh, you're so wrong. You're so wrong. Okay, I might be, and no one's saying I am. Right. I never said I was right about any of this. This is what we do every night. We go over it. And I've been transparent with the chat. I got to mute you one more time, Kev. We're getting some serious feedback. I'm going to let you jump right in. But I've been transparent with the chat saying I'm doing stuff I don't like to do either. And what have I been saying? I switched up the show a little bit. I mean, it's the same stuff. We play beats, we play music, we joke around. But what I usually don't ever do is talk out loud in front of you guys. I usually come in with, behind the scenes, we'll all talk and we'll come up with an agreement and then we'll come and we'll pound that point home. But since we're all learning and we all have the same desire, right? And we all learn this case is all it's not like it's a new case and it hasn't been to trial yet. I mean, it's got 30 years of backstory. So everybody's doing their you know how many inboxes I get a day? People sending me stuff about Eddie O'Brien. So we're just talking out loud. And I told everybody, and honestly, this is a show. And I got to go on the numbers. If we're sitting for 5 hours and we're holding 220 people here for 5 hours just talking, then that tells me people like us doing that. So I'm like, hey, fuck it. Let's just do that and see how this runs. Maybe people want more talking. Maybe people like hearing our voices. Maybe it's putting them to sleep. Maybe it's relaxing them. Maybe they broke their leg and it's helping them out. I don't know. We're switching it up. Not everything's got to be the same. And last night we brought, the man back, James Jackson, which is great. It worked out perfect because James knows about this case, but just like us, we had to kind of like we had to reboot the information. We all had to do it ourselves because we kind of took a little bit of time off the ins and the outs. So we had to kind of like, you know, figure it out again, right? And then we just did that with James Jackson. And James is like, what? And tomorrow at 6 o'clock p.m., we're gonna have a Massachusetts state trooper retired, our boy Todd. Everybody knows Todd. He made his rounds in the Karen Reed case. And he's coming up here, and we're gonna do the same thing we did with James Jackson with him. We're gonna get a POV of him. But God has a funny way, and life has a funny way of figuring things out because without these talks, right, and without us rebooting this information and kind of doing a reset on this case, and without doing kind of like a trial run with James Jackson, tomorrow's going to be a little bit easier to break it all down to Todd because we're all caught up, as our boy Kevy Kev would say. You know what I mean? And he's a guy that we want to be caught up with because he has an opinion that could help Eddie, could help the family to talk. So the fact that today, and I'll just put a bow on it, Kev, or Jay Bro, let you guys rock with it. The fact that today there was like a lash out as if like there's not a process to this. And I just feel like they just got frustrated and I told them to respect the process. That's what I told Big Ed. You got to respect the process, But then again, he doesn't have to. He could say whatever he wants. But one thing he's not going to do is control us. So that's all I can say about that. Go ahead, Kevy Kev. You want to keep it rocking? I'm sorry, bro. You can unmute, bro.
How's that? I kind of adjusted some shit too.
I'm getting, yo, this kickback. How about
Yeah,
this, right?
hold on.
I'm gonna. You got
I'm
your
gonna
cell phone
unplug
next
this
to
shit.
you?
No.
Yeah. Let's get. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, you're back. There's no kickback now. For some reason, that's getting some kickback. I don't know what it is.
Goddamn,
It
Mike,
wasn't.
check the gods. How's that sound?
Nah,
Good.
you sound fine. There's no kickback. Go ahead, bro. Join the discussion. And keep in mind, Jay Bro and Kevy Kev, this is the discussion. You guys can jump in anytime you guys want. But Kev, go ahead. I'll let you, go ahead and say what you were gonna say.
Yeah, no, I just, I feel, and you kind of, you did kind of cap it off a little bit. I mean, there is a process to this, and you know, we want to speak to the other side. Bottom line, we need that input, We need that information. We need to to go analyze that shit. We want to see the reactions. We want to see, but we're not going to get them if we're, you know, if we look like we're just one way. We're going one way and that's it. We need to, and these people are watching. Believe it. Someone's watching. Someone's saying something to somebody. They're relating a message. And what sucks is that if we have to explain this to our chat, to other people, it can follow that up. It can follow that up. I mean, there's a method to the madness. And you just got to let this stuff happen on its own. You got to let it unfold. You got to let this, you got to let it settle. We stir the shit up. You got to let that shit settle. And be patient.
Well, we learned something last night too, though. We learned that last night. So a couple of nights ago, me and Jay Brill, we were on here, me and Jay Brill until about 4 a.m. And we were going back and forth. And I was telling Jay Brill, one thing I left off before we ended the live with, I said, are you okay if this comes back that it's Eddie who did it? Are you going to be okay with that? Because if anybody goes hard for Eddie, it's Jay Brill, right? And I mean that with all due respect. And that's cool because that's his opinion. He's got an open mind. Don't get it twisted. He definitely has an open mind, but he's leaning more towards no, there's something else going on here. But he does have an open mind. But as of last night, as it unfolded, he heard last night Trisha say, it was planted. And Jay Brill, that kind of messed Jay's Brill's train of thought up because it's like that's we're lucky that having that conversation with Michelle, it kind of put, Jay Brill, she cut Jay Brill off. So Michelle is the girl who's in the car with Jeannie when at 8:15 Paul down and jumped in the car, the Camaro, and they went back to the beach. So about back in December, Jay Brill hit her up and she basically told him, stop harassing me. Like she was mad at Brill. And then she said, I got stuff going on. My mother just died. Now, RIP her mother and RIP Jay Brill's moms. And Jay Brill just, is a human and said, hey, I understand, peace and love. My mother just died too. And after he said that, the conversation just went crazy after that. They just started talking back and forth. And she basically was just giving him scenarios. But keep in mind, this girl, Michelle, was there, right? She was there. She was at the beach with Paul Downing. She went swimming with Paul Downing. She drove Paul Downing back to the house and heard Big Ed, I think it was Big Ed, say, your mother got murdered.
Yep.
And got the information right there. I mean, she was there and she was best friends with Erin. Now, she was kind of upset at the O'Keefes, right? And I think that's what sparked this text message.
O'Brien's.
Oh, excuse me. See, I'm not caught up.
Yep.
Right? The O'Briens. That I think that's what sparked the text message last night because when we were reading it, she kind of insinuated that Big Ed had something to do with it. Right. But I don't think that's what she meant. She was just saying, well, if you're going to blame Adi, you could blame Big Ed. Right.
Yep.
And not for nothing, in that text exchange, you heard Jay Brill say, well, that's cute, but that's not what the evidence is leading us towards. It doesn't make sense that it's Big Ed. It makes sense that it's Artie. Right. Big Ed wasn't looking for a cocky. It's just he wasn't acting shady. He was at his house. Like, the evidence looks, if there's a third party, it's Adi, right? And even Adi can even admit that. And then it makes sense why Adi's so defensive because he's like, damn, like I do look like a third party. I need to get my name right? So you can kind of understand why he's so defensive over it because that is a crazy thing, a jacket to be wearing that you could be this just potential savage amongst people, right? We don't know what that feels like. So we got to give grace to Adi. And I think, like, we play with the show and we say, Adi, where you at? You all caught up, because he lies. But he still, after $2,100, ask him to come up for an hour. He doesn't come up. Then 1,500, 1,300, 1,200, 15 minutes. He still doesn't want to come up and just explain to us exactly why he keeps lying. And like, is another explanation why he's lying? Is there another reason? But here's my point. Michelle was there, and Michelle was upset when the O'Briens came on the show, and Eddie O'Brien, Big Ed O'Brien, kind of insinuated that Paul down and jumped in the ocean on purpose with his clothes on. Like, as if like he just left that house on a murder scene and jumped in the ocean to clean himself. And she was upset. Like, that's bullshit. That's not what happened. We all jumped in with our clothes on. So I'm glad. I don't know how we ended up going down that rabbit hole with Michelle last night, but that's what we did, right? We just stayed on the porch, talked and went down a rabbit hole and was speaking out loud. And we're just being transparent with our audience, with our long gamers. And he got upset with that. I think that's what triggered that text message, But after hearing that, you would have to say Michelle's a liar if Paul had something to do with it. So as of right now, as tonight, I would say right now, my take on it, Paul had nothing to do with it. How about you after hearing that woman, Michelle, Kevy Kev?
Well, like you said, I mean, she's like, she's a witness to Paul, Paul's reaction, Paul's demeanor. She was in close quarters with him, a car ride from Somerville to Revere Beach,
then back,
and then back. I mean, and what I got out of that too, some of that stuff is that don't forget, people, she let us know that she was, how do I want to say it? She was, her life was interrupted because they had to search her car and they confiscated, whatever was in the trunk. So there was an investigation with her. And when we think like there was no investigation, or things were, done improperly, that for her to tell us that she had her car searched and
right,
they did retrieve a bag out of the back. These are
they investigated.
And these are things that we did know, throughout the investigation. So it makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
So we have to, we got to.
Can I touch on that real quick while we're still right there? Because I want to ask a question about that.
Go ahead, my brother. It's a discussion.
So if they were just to search the vehicle, why would they have to put yellow tape around it? That's where that's where I'm lost around, because it wasn't a crime scene technically. So why would
they put yellow tape around her?
Yeah, that's what vehicle? She said. I'm pretty sure that's what she said.
I don't know.
And they took the backpack and all the stuff out of the car.
I mean, they at that point they were going. I mean, it was a process of elimination. That's what I think. And that's what I'm saying. Like, if we could have someone up here like Riley, did Riley do it right? I probably not, And does Eddie deserve a different trial? For sure. If there's DNA underneath the fingernails and it's not Eddie's,
Who's
that
this
run.
Who's this Beaglesworth in there? They said after all these years, I'm not scared because I see guys like J.F.K. standing up to Artie, and now I will too.
It could be anybody. It could be a
That's what
fake.
I'm saying.
It could be a fake account. This, if you're not a fake account, where'd you grow up? You know,
Yeah,
how old are you? How do you know Adi? If you're gonna leave comments like that, you got to identify yourself.
exactly.
If you misunderstood, that was a run on my first comment. Okay, I don't know. God bless everybody. He's a new member. That's great. Welcome, Beaglesworth. I mean, hey, I don't know. Welcome everybody. I don't know. It's a typo. That's cool. Um, yeah. Got to understand if you say something about Adi and it insinuates you know him from a space and time, we're gonna be on you quick because
Yep.
that's what we do here. But obviously you don't. So moving on. Welcome to the channel. Enjoy.
God damn, I'm gonna have to put my fucking
One,
glasses. I thought it said bagel.
125. New 125s.
Yeah, my cheetahs. God damn, I thought it said bagel. I was getting fucking hungry. And then
God damn.
yeah.
Yeah, I mean, they might have, I mean, listen, I'll tell you, exactly. But we say that all the time, Tom. Live streaming could get messy at times. I can't even tell you how many times I stress that. I say that all the time. You know
All
what I mean? This is all the time. That's why I call myself the swim god. I try to, as wavy as it gets and the currents pull you from left to right. I try at the end to make sense of it all or come back on the next stream because it's like the ocean. We just keep streaming. We just keep going. The current keeps going. The lights might go out, the beach might be closed, but the ocean's still there. You feel me? So, we're still moving. So I try to make the presentations tighter and tighter. And as we go along, it's like sooner or later we got to turn a corner. And that's what I'm trying to say. Like we're starting to turn a corner. I feel like we're hot and we're our presentations are getting tighter and we're kind of getting an idea of what happened. And I think that when it comes down to this case, it was a process of elimination. And so right now, tonight, I'm eliminating Paul, because I'm going on what Michelle said personally. Because if you want me to believe Paul left there at 8:15, I know that John Roberts is saying that Paul looked at them funny. And we seen Janet in the chat saying that Paul made a phone call.
not
Right?
Janet, Trisha.
Excuse me, Trisha. Sorry. That Paul made a phone call. Trisha said that in the comments last night.
Yes,
So
she did.
that he made a phone call to call Adi probably and maybe Ryan to come finish the job. That's crazy. That's going somewhere else with it. I don't agree with that. I mean, I can't because there's no proof of that.
Now, if that was the situation, it's the three of them.
Yeah, but no, it's not the three of them. It would be the four of them because Carol would know. Carol would know that Artie lied about the South Station situation. And then that would put Carol in a mix. And that's the reason why, as we stop peeling back the layers, I asked Trisha last night, did you ever because to believe that Artie had something to do with this, and keep in mind, who did this? Artie Ortiz. 1997, right there on the steps. This is what you said. This ain't what I said. This is what you said. I'm saying I don't know if it's Adi. I'm telling Adi right now, if he's in the chat, throw your peace signs up, Adi. Once again, I'm not getting your back, but I'm speaking my truth. I don't know if I believe it's Adi. I think that maybe there is an explanation to all Adi's fucking lies. Maybe. I mean, but until I get to talk to the other people, I'll never know. And maybe I'll never talk to the other people. Maybe we'll just go with the Rule 30 and maybe he gets a new trial. I think he deserves a new trial. I think by the law, if you look at the law, the way it stands, the way the law works, if there's
And then-
someone looking for a key and there's other DNA on the scene and you don't run it, then that's an injustice. So I think he should get all that ran and put some clarity. And I think he deserves a new trial for sure. But I don't know. That's where I'm stuck with it. It's tough. And I'm not saying Eddie did it either. But what I learned last night, where this is going based on what his mother said, right? That it was planted is possible. The blood was planted. We do know that the CPAC unit's shady as shit. You seen what they did with Karen, right? But was it the whole CPAC unit that did that with Karen, or was that just was that just Proctor? You know what I mean? Or a couple of stadies, you know? I don't know. But keep in mind, them were cops helping cops.
You know,
You know, that's kind of more easy to believe.
you know,
Another thing is, let me just say this. Another thing is, it kind of it makes it look like that there's two ways to look at it, right? To believe it was planted, you have to believe that Eddie left that house, a guy put a knife to his throat, and he walked down the street and he got jumped. You would have to believe that story. Now, is it possible that happened? Yes, it really is. It's fucking 1000% possible. 1000% possible. It is. It's possible. He could have got jumped and got shanked. But he didn't just get shanked in his hand. Someone walked up to him and said, "You seen my face. Now I got to cut you." So that's what the story was. It wasn't like I got jumped and in the process, I must have cut my dude pulled out a knife and I cut my hand. It was, hey, you seen my face. I got to cut you. So that's what you got to believe. Right after Janet Downing got shanked up 98 times. That's what you got to believe. Man, that's tough. Go ahead, Kev. I'm sorry. I cut you off a couple times. Go ahead, bro. I'll let you run it. I'm going to fall back. Go ahead.
you know, I mean, I think about the relationship that Big Ed had with those kids. You know, how much do we know about which might be which might explain a lot if we knew more about this situation, you know, about the kids. You know, that's like that. It's really a tough part of the investigation because these children just lost their mother at that time. But I mean, there was issues in the household. You know, there really was. I mean, Janet seemed to reach out to Big Ed as a mentor to these kids to you know, snap them out of a few things. You know, maybe tell them, you know, what's right and what's wrong, or maybe, you know, talk to them about their, you know, them being a little aggravated or lashing out on their mother and explaining that, they can't be doing this, or, you know, the situation with Paul and dating a few people that maybe his mother, you know, didn't approve of. You know, there was a relationship that was built there, you know, maybe not intentionally, but Janet was going through some problems. You know, she there was a lot of hurdles that were going on in her life at that point. You know, I believe she was either in the middle of a divorce or was getting divorced. Maybe I don't. I mean, don't quote me if I'm wrong. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong. But at that time, did the father already have another lady in his life? You know, like Paul and you know, Paul and Ryan's father. Was there another somebody involved in his life at the time? Those are hard things for Janet to
Yeah,
overcome. You know,
there was. There
that
was. There
it's
He
was.
hard
had
for
him.
her to reach
He
out.
got married.
Yeah.
He got
So,
married.
so it's hard for her to reach out and say that she can't handle it or she's failing at something. I mean, in anybody's eyes, that's a tough thing, because you're in this situation or you're in this position in life that you know you're on your own. I'm going off and I'm starting something else. So internally, what I mean is, in the household it was rough, man. She was struggling with work. She needed help. She was reaching out. She had, Mr. O'Brien kind of, stepping in. You know, there was times that, throughout this journey that we've been on with this, that, you know, there was a few times, there was an altercation at the house, and Big Ed went over there and, fixed the Christmas tree and, tidied up the living room. And I mean, those were outbursts that I think Janet was, they were stacking up. You know, Gina said that once or twice, or maybe more than once or twice, that, they were looking for the older daughter. She was off and running, taking off, just on little binges for 3 or 4 days or a week, trying to track her down. I mean, the house wasn't stable. It wasn't a stable house.
It was just regular shit.
Yeah, but I mean,
Teenagers,
other
bro.
people, other people were involved. JFK that now are in a situation.
I think that he was, Paul had the two older dudes he was working with. So, it was just a different time and space. But like when you hear that, like fighting with the mother and all that, she's a single mother, dad's not there. They're taking advantage of their mother, dude. You know what I mean? They got this big house. The mother goes to work all day. It's summertime. They're living the dream, dude. You shitting me? You know what I mean? And Summerville's like, anybody ever seen Goodwill Hunting? One of the best movies of all time, if you ask me. All right, you never seen Goodwill Hunting, Jay, bro? Oh man, you don't know what you're missing, bro. Great movie, man. Robin Williams, R.I.P. Robert Williams.
I have to
Great.
watch
Yeah, yeah. Matt Damon's in it. This is their early movie. This is what got them an Oscar. Matt Damon and Ben.
it. All right.
But Goodwill Hunting, like that style of like, don't wham wham like that, like going to Harvard and all that shit, like that's Somerville. Like Somerville is like Boston because it's that close. You know what I mean? It's right there. You know what I mean? Like if you go to Sullivan Station, that very next stop is Bunker Hill. And then the very next stop is North Station. It's 2 stops away from North Station, Boston. It's only what? So it goes Sullivan, Bunker Hill, North Station, Haymarket, Haymarket, State, State, downtown Boston. It's right there. The orange line is in Somerville. And like you could walk from Somerville to Beantown. My mother used to do it from the north end of Somerville to school when she was young. They used to walk it. I mean, obviously it depends on what part of Somerville, but it's right there. It's right there. It's Boston. So it's like a lot of these people from Boston just, moved to Somerville and that like style of, yeah, do wah, 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 like that tough guy shit, like that hard Irish tough, Winter Hill. Like, think about it. Whitey Bulger, half his gang was in Winter Hill and Somerville, and they were salty guys. You know what I mean? So it's just, and that's the problem, right? It's like with Boston, people say, you're from Lynn, JFK. You're not from Boston, man. It's like, will you shut up? You know what I mean? Like, what do you mean? Like what? Because you live in Lynn, you can't go. Like what? So you're from Lynn, you never went to Boston? Like what? 20 minutes away? I never drove 20 minutes to go to Boston. What? It just don't even make sense, right? And it's like that's the problem with Boston, right? Like, oh, you're not from Boston because you're not from it, you don't have Boston police cruisers creeping through. But I mean, Somerville to me, and is basically Beantown. Like, it isn't, but it is, A lot of people when they move around, they go do Boston things. Like they go more in town. Like, like living in Lynn, a lot of people went the other way, right? They went to Salem, they went to Beverly, right? You had that option, but you also had the option to go up the Marsh Road and go into Revere and Chelsea and go into Beantown, go into Suffolk County. You have in Lynn, you have either option. But like in Somerville, what option do you got? You know what I mean? So you go into town, you do the Faneuil Hall thing, you do the North Station, you do the Omni Theater, you're at the Museum of Science, like you're at downtown. Like it's more city life, should I say. So
I mean,
my point is it's a tough place, man.
and you're right. The connection that some people don't realize that we have is we had the trains. I mean, we could go downtown Lynn and hop on a train and be in downtown Boston.
Perfect example.
Seven,
What the
7 to 10 minutes.
what the duck grew up in Everett. Same thing. Everett's right there. You go down the end of Broadway, you go around the Rotary, Mike's Roast Beef. Now the Encore is there, but whatever. Bung, you're right there. Beantown, Somerville. She's the same thing. Like when she probably worked, she probably had a job in Boston or at the Cambridge Side Galleria or downtown Boston. Like where else she gonna get a job? But if you're from Lynn, you might get a job in Marblehead. You might get a job in Swampscott. You might go to Peabody and get a job at the mall over there. You had that option, but I get it. But when you're living that close, you're usually right in town a little bit more. So whatever, man. But I'm saying that energy in Swampscott is there. I mean Swampscott in Somerville is there. That tough guy energy, like it's a tough place. So, so when you said all these things were going on in the house, it's regular shit. I'm saying, like, stepping on your mother and
Yeah, no, I mean,
and
why I was saying that is that we really don't know, you know, we really don't know how those kids treated Janet, and that's the bottom line. We really don't. I mean, I don't know how they treated Janet. I don't know whether Paul was like, yeah, fuck you, ma. I'm wearing your dress tonight.
I mean, it's possible. It's possible. I mean, I wouldn't put it past, the kids back then.
You know what I'm saying? I mean, we don't know. The father's not there.
I mean, they're our age. They're our age. I mean,
Yeah.
we were delinquents. You know what I mean? Like a lot of us regret a lot of the ways we might have rashed out at our mothers at one time. Or rashed out at our, whatever, just on a mission or just doing bad things and putting our parents through the court system. I mean, but I mean, that's just life, right? My point is that I don't think we could compare that to a murder, right? And I'm not saying you are, Kevin, because I know you're not. But, and I feel like Michelle was very upset that Paul was getting this rap as he potentially could have killed his mother because he was a fuck up. If and he might not have been. He had a job. Can't be that much of a fuck because me, I didn't have a job. My job was I went to service merchandise all the time, but I didn't work there. I used to get the Air Max ones and the twos, the 87s with the bubbles and the Jordans and the phone number keepers back in the day. I used to sell them for like 200. Them shits were like 450. You know what I mean?
So,
Service,
and
service merchandise was a come up.
and like the other thing I wanted to bring up is like, some of Riley's notes kind of describe Janet a little bit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah.
what?
As being a little, like one of the notes on the top of one of them said like, hey, you know how your mother can be. Let's keep that to a minimum. You know how your mother can be. So I mean, when I was reading some of that stuff, I'm saying to myself, I just put it together as Was she calling? Was she calling? Like, I need a wellness check here at my house. I need someone to come and talk to these kids.
Well, she did. Remember, she took when Paul beat up his mother. Remember, Paul put hands on his mother, right? Paul put hands on his mother.
All right. So
right?
so here we
Paul
so
put-
there, so there we go. So
Yeah,
let's
Paul
not-
put, but yeah, let's do that. Paul put hands on.
beat up his mom, and we're saying, man, you know, I don't think Paul had nothing to do with it.
Based on that night, based on like I'm saying, I got it. You, what do you do in a case? What do you do in a?
He could have went
But
in
you
and
don't-
banged her out.
But hold on a
and
second. Hold on.
left.
Yeah, okay, but this is what I'm saying. I'm going on what I learned last night. I'm going on last night. And to quote my boy Jay Brilla, my guy Jay Brilla, aka Jay Brilla, I think Jay Brilla is stressed out. Has been under a lot of stress because Jay Brilla, you know, and I mean this with all due respect. He doesn't like when people think that we got alternative motives. He takes offense to that shit. He'll hate you forever. He thinks that shit. Because that's not what we're doing here. And you know, and that's the reason why I had Jay Bro talk to the O'Briens, right? Jay Bro is because I didn't want to have a connection where it's like if I go somewhere, you know, and because I'm the host, right? Like I'm the host, you guys are my co-host. I'm the one that's gonna stir, you know, throw things around, and Kevy Kev's gonna make sense, and then Jay Bro's gonna come in, hey, this is facts, and you know, someone might pop out the chat, you know, and things happen, and that's how we got Adi where we got Adi. I mean, it works. Right. And I mean, and the thing is, I don't, since we're talking on the porch, we're not going to pull the curtain too far back, you know what I mean, of the way we handle things. But the point is, yes, you're right. He did beat his mother up and he should be a suspect, right? But now to answer our boy right here, bang, bang, wherever my finger's pointing, Jay Brill, he said, why was there yellow tape? Maybe someone said that, you know, to the cop, like, hey, he beat his mother up 2 weeks ago. Who knows, right? I don't know. That's pure speculation. And maybe they had him like as a suspect right from the rip. You know what I mean? You know, I mean, his own fucking father might have thought that. You know, what did Big Ed think? I mean, Big Ed must have thought that too.
Well,
Big
didn't they find a knife in his bag too?
Right. But Big Ed's the one who talked to him about beating up his mother. Like, yo, you can't put hands on your mother. So in that moment, did Big Ed think, I know who did this shit? Fucking Paul did it, you know? And I'm just saying, in that moment, who are you thinking if you knew what he did? But here's the problem with that. He leaves out. So let's go on let's just go on what he did though. 8:15, right? So this is all the things that would have to happen if Paul did this. All right. So 8:15. So let's go with Paul. So Paul is a sus. Paul, if you're watching right now, we don't rule you out. But this is the reason why I'm ruling you out. And the reason, my opinion, and you guys can jump in and say your opinion anytime you want. And anybody in the chat. If you guys disagree with me, go ahead and disagree. I'm totally with that. I love the disagreement.
I was gonna say, do that first.
Do what? Say what, brother? Oh, the gifted 10 JFK memberships? Say, I can't hear you. What? Sorry?
Do your AGE thing with the 10 gifted memberships.
Oh, yeah. Absolutely.
Take
I
it
got
up.
you, man.
Take it up, people.
Yeah. Thank you. Someone go ahead and match today's statement, man. We're having a discussion, man. But go ahead, man, and light up that chat. Let's give everybody. I love you. This is what happens. 8:15, he walks out the house, right? When he walks across the street, right, he gives a weird look to John Roberts and Big Ed. And John Roberts told us on our show that always stuck out to him, like he knew something, right? Like, why is this dude looking at us? Then he jumps in the car at 8:15 and they peel off and they go to Revere Beach. Jeannie told us that, yeah, he was acting a little quiet, I think she said. Do you remember exactly what she said, Jay, bro?
I don't remember exactly what she said, but she said he was really quiet and I don't know. I told you today I gotta go back into those. I'm going all over everything. So
Yeah, the bra makes you think it was Paul. I get it. And listen, guess who figured that out? Guess who figured out that um Paul wore his mother's dress? When we got the girl on here who told
Oh,
us.
yeah.
And in
What was her
30
name? Pauline,
years, yeah, Colleen. Colleen told us that she was in the house and Paul came down on the dress, and and Janet freaked out and said, "Get the fuck out of here! What are you doing?" Because he came down to taunt the girls. Erin was hanging out with her friends. Colleen was chilling with Erin. They were best friends, and he comes down in the dress, being flamboyant, like, "Hey, girls, check me out!" And she's like, "Get the fuck out of here!" She didn't like it. So we were the first ones to find that out. And you know what? We asked Margot Nash that. There's a short somewhere where I said, Margot, did you ever know that Paul wore his mother's dress? No. Did you ever hear that in 30 years? No, I never knew that. Did you know about this? Nope. Did you know about that? Nope. And I said, God damn, we working too. Matter of fact, it's in my intro. I'll pull that shit up. All right. So hold on. We're putting ourselves over. I'm sorry. We got bragging rights. We're gonna brag a little bit tonight. I'm sorry, guys.
Can I read something real quick?
You don't ever have to say "can you," please. Everybody, stop doing that. Just talk, will you? You don't have to "can you" nothing. Just do it. Let me just do this real quick.
Everyone is welcome. Yeah.
Here we go. You ready? Let me say that again. So in 30 years, it was the first time you heard about a cat, correct?
Right.
In 30 years, it was the first time you heard that Paul wore high heels at Janet's dress,
Yes.
right?
I never
in
heard
30
that.
ye- in 30 years, it was the first time you heard Carrie Ann call Carol.
I've never heard that either. Yeah. Those are
God
three.
damn, we working too. Come on. Come on. And you're mad at us? That's everything that helps Ed out. Everything right there helps Ed out. That gives you more of a third party culprit, man. Paul, he wore the dress. There's bras. Maybe it was him, right? That points to someone else. DNA under fingernails gives you more of more reason to do that. But I'm saying tonight. Oh, go ahead. I'm just gonna stop. All right. I don't want to get too hot. Go ahead, Kev. Sorry, bro.
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
You go. You go.
All right. Give me 1 second. I had something pulled up. I had a fucking.
That's all right. But 30 years, bro. She never heard that. They never heard that. We heard that. We got that transcribed. Colleen, Aaron's friend, saying that. They never got that out of any
All
of
right,
them.
you ready? So, this here is the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab chemist, Mary Kate McGilvery, conducted a serology testing on only 21 of the 59 items that were tested positive for the presence of blood on them. All right. She switched her results from her lab notes to the serology report she submitted on the least one sample possibly more. When serology samples are examined and when there are different intensities of the antigens that range from 1 plus to 4 plus, she considers it a mixture for more than one possible contributor.
Mm-hmm.
All right. When the antigens are the same intensity, she had considered the samples from only one contributor. So in Mary Kate's lab notes, she finds different antigens intensities for the A antigen and the B antigens, especially in one of the items, 44. And she marks the type as AB, meaning a mixture of A blood with B blood profiles. But In Mary Kate's official serology report, she identifies item 44 1 as having AB blood type. The significance with the switching of the results is that Janet Downing had AB blood. One would look at the results simply as coming from Janet Downing. Okay. But in Mary Kate's report, as she reported the results correctively, the sample could have been contributed by a mixture of Paul Downing Sr., Paul Downing Jr., Ryan Downing, and Artie Ortiz, or someone else, because they all had that AB. So, what I'm getting out of that is that they're realizing that, the twins, they all got the same blood type. And that's what they sampled. So it seemed like they were just in a direction of something else. If whatever else was different from that family, they were sticking
And
with it.
Adi got the same blood type too, right?
Yeah.
That's crazy. So anybody else with a different blood type, they did it. Is that what you're saying?
That's what I'm saying. I mean, I'm not saying they. I see someone say no, they didn't all have the same A, but if
What
there
did
was
what is it?
if there
What is
was a
it?
B contributor
Nitrochromate.
to it, you can't just it could have came from one of them.
What the duck said, yes, they all had the same blood type B. Adi and Ryan and Paul and Janet.
And Senior, Paul
Wow,
Senior.
that's fucking crazy. Mumble. I knew it was Paul. Mumble, mumble. All right, so let's get into Gina, what she talks about Paul. We're gonna get into Paul. We're gonna stay on Paul. All right, because we're not. The only reason why I would exclude Paul is because Paul wasn't there. So that would mean Paul called Adi, right? Let's keep this in mind, ladies and
Paul,
gentlemen. Right?
Paul was
Hold
there.
on.
Paul
He
was
was
there
no,
at
he was
8.
there. No, he was there, but meaning he left. He didn't come back until 10 o'clock, right? So the thing is this: that means Paul, before he left, he called Adi to come clean this up, right? The cleanup man, right? Which means is once again, Carol knows this. Which means is Carol, and ladies and gentlemen, please, if you say Paul, keep this in mind. I got no problem with going down this rabbit hole. This is bedtime magic. I'm mellow. Feeling. Let your hair down. Go ahead and give some memberships. Go ahead and drop some super chats. Go ahead and hit us on the Venmo at J.F.K. Show Off or my man Jay Brill, JM90. No,
The cash,
JM.
cash
No,
app
what
is
is
Jason BM90 and Venmo is at JBrill90.
at J Bro? I like that better. At J Bro 90 on the Venmo. Go hit him on the Venmo. Leave a comment. Tell him you like his hair. My man Kevy Kev 781 on him. You guys know Kevy Kev 781 on the Cash App. Go ahead and help him out right now. Go say what up to the boys. Drop a bunch of super chats. Go ahead, man. Just light it the fuck up, man. Like a Christmas tree. Go ahead, do it. Do it. I dare you. But here's the thing. If Paul did this, right, ladies and gentlemen, that means Carol knows. And that would mean that you just don't say, hey, that's okay. Carol does know. Okay, but keep in mind, Carol, for the people in the back, for the Beagles who just got here, Carol is Janet's sister. All right. So let's get into Jeannie right? We talked to Eddie O'Brien's sister, right? Let's get into when she was with. So we heard Michelle last night, right? We heard everything. You guys all caught up with Michelle. You guys heard Michelle, right?
Yep.
You guys heard what Michelle said. Michelle says Paul didn't do shit. Paul had nothing to do with it, basically. That's what she's saying. She says she was with him. There was nothing different. Like, if he just did something to his mother, it's not like she said he pulled over, I got to puke. Man, we talking about this earlier, Kev. Like he wasn't acting any funny. He just was hanging out, chilling. Jeannie says he was acting funny. Keep in mind, Jeannie's bias. That's her brother. Michelle still, for the loyalty, to be clear, you got to respect Michelle because she's still not saying Eddie did it. She's just saying whoever did it. She's just done talking about it, right? And she said, "Hey, if he could prove himself that he didn't do it, that's cool. But I'm not saying anything else. But I could tell you this much: these little jabs that they're saying at Paul, like he jumped in the ocean on purpose with his clothes on, and all these different things, like to hide evidence. She said that's not what happened. So why would she lie? Is she lying though? Is she part of it too? This is the thing we got to believe. So let's get into Jeannie. Let's get into Jeannie. Jeannie O'Brien, ladies and gentlemen. Did you guys see this episode? Have you guys watched the playlist? Are you all caught up? Have you guys been doing your homework? Here we go. Look at this. Look at who was there that night, dude. Jay Brill, Heavy Kev, and James Jackson was in the building that day. Would you believe it?
God damn.
Mr. James Jackson was there. When you was at the beach prior to going back to your house to drop off the Cuddy.
At that very differently.
Yeah. Yep. No, that's understandable.
So, anybody got any other question for that part at a time? Anybody want to say anything right now?
Not yet.
Everybody's cool. All right, so
Yep.
let's keep the timeline going. So now you worked at Service Merchandise. You said the Twin City. Where's that? Like off McGrath Highway? Got you, bro.
Yeah, right in Cambridge. Yep, right off McGrath Highway.
Okay, cool. So you're over there, and you guys worked together in Service Merchandise back when they had phone number keepers and Amex and all that good old stuff in Service Merchandise. I remember them.
You don't
I
have
like-
to remind me.
Yeah.
Phone number keepers.
I wish it was still there, man. You
Yeah,
should be.
I missed that place, man.
Yeah, I missed that place. But so now you go to you're sitting outside, you're waiting for him. You heard no noise, you heard nothing. They have a dog named Mickey. He comes outside, he jumps in Michelle's car. Now, prior when you was at Revere Beach prior when you was at the beach with him, prior to going back home, what was his energy like when you was at the beach prior to going back to your house to drop off the Cuddy?
Oh, very happy,
Cutlass.
very outgoing.
Drop off the car.
We were just having fun. We were two kids, going for a joyride and hanging out and going for fast food and, just enjoying.
So they went there, they were in another car and they went to drop off the car and then they all jumped in one car together. So they were at the beach prior, then they drove back to the house. So which means is he was with her and he went in the house. And that's, let's be clear, Kevy Kev. They were at the beach, right? Are you there? Can you see me? Because I can't see you because I'm looking at the YouTube. Remember, they were at the beach. And then that means he went home, and while they were outside, he did that to Janet, then came out.
Yeah.
That's a hard sell. So can you put that into context for the people, please? I don't know if I said it right.
I mean, what we're saying. Well, I mean, what that scenario would be is that, as Paul's out doing his normal thing, hanging out with his friends, he stops home, runs in the house. I mean,
No, that's not what happened. You must not be all caught up. So I want to make this clear what happened, right? We got to be on point, right? Got to be on point. They were at the beach earlier in two cars. They went back to Somerville to drop off the Cutlass. They had a Cutlass, and they dropped off that car and then they all jumped in one car and went back to the beach. But before they did, he ran into the house. Paul ran into the house, and he was in there for about 15 minutes. And
Yeah.
that's when they seen him walking out at 8:15. Big Ed and John Roberts looking mad weird.
Yeah.
But he only had a 15-minute window to do something to Janet.
But the thing that gets
he
to
did
me
it, and he
about
did
that,
it. He did it. But let's explain it to the audience, because this is what we got to do. Even if they already know, we have to do it this way. So would you like to explain it, Jay Bro, exactly what happened?
no, I just want to make a point of what he said when he went in. He was going in to get food because he was hungry, and he came out with a lollipop. That's what kind of makes me like, that's
But
weird.
how do you know he didn't eat? How do you know he
True.
didn't eat? And how do you know what he thought was in there? How do you know when he went in there, he wanted some turkey, and when he went to go open the refrigerator, fucking Ryan ate all the turkey. Now he's pissed, and he's like, man, I don't even want to eat shit now. I don't want no
Well-
peanut butter and jelly. I'm just
well,
gonna eat
let's-
this lollipop. Fucking, I ain't even eating until I get back to the beach. How do you know it wasn't that?
All right,
You're right.
Let's say, now remember earlier, she went grocery shopping.
Right. That's a fact.
That's
That's a
another
fact.
thing.
So the house
Right.
was filled with food. The house was filled
The
with
house
food
was
for sure.
now. Let's just say he went in and he's like, hey Ma, can I get $20? We're going down the beach. We want to hit, Bianchi's. Like we're all going
So
down.
what did he say?
She's like, I just went grocery shopping. I mean, I ain't giving you no money.
All
I
right,
mean, just
wait,
sets it off.
let's okay, okay, all right. But that means he did this shit right when so then he hurts her and she's on the ground, and then he makes a call before he leaves. All right, Janet's on the
I
floor.
would say
Janet's on the ground.
I would say upstairs.
Okay, but then he goes to the beach, bro. He goes, okay, let me just play the video and we'll get back to it, because this.
Because
Listen,
I
man.
mean, listen,
Listen, no judge in America. No fucking judge. I'm here to let everybody know. Eddie O'Brien, Big Ed O'Brien, Trisha. I hate to break the news to you. No judge in America. If that's the story, you're gonna say that Paul potentially did this in this window of time, then you may as well say Eddie did it in that window of time. If you're saying Paul could do this in this window of time, then why couldn't little Ed do it in the window of time? That you're saying in 10 minutes he did all that? Well, you're saying Paul did this all in 15 minutes. I mean, you can't do that, man. And it's his mother.
No, listen.
Jesus.
This is what I'm gonna say to you. I get it, and like I said, we're on. What you said, we're on the porch. We're talking right now.
Right.
We're
I'm
just
letting
having a discussion.
letting it be known, bro. I'm letting it be known.
But let's just say something happened upstairs in the bathroom. He confronts her. Hey, he goes in the house, and
then
he says, "Ma, can I do something?" And he attacks her in the bathroom. Now,
Okay, and now
try
what?
to-
She's on it, and then what happens? Who? And then he calls Adi to go
she
clean up.
struggles to get downstairs because she's all fucked up.
Okay.
Gets down now, and so Paul runs downstairs and makes a phone call, panicking. Calls his aunt, says, "I'm sorry, I did something bad.
Okay. So
I
now
snapped.
Carol's
I
involved.
lost it." Exactly. She calls Adi, go see, something happened. Go see what's going on. Now Adi walks in. Janet's alive,
And then Adi pulls out a blade and just starts killing her.
and because now she sees him. You know what I'm saying? I mean, I'm just saying, man. I mean,
I don't. I just don't.
All right.
No, that's your opinion. I just no. Hell no.
I mean, we're just taking it to that window.
No, and that's no. And listen, I appreciate that, bro. I'm not laughing at you. Be clear. I'm not laughing at you. I'm laughing at that's the way it would have to go down. If that's why I excluded Paul, because this is the rabbit hole you would have to go down to say it was Paul. And that shit doesn't make no sense. To me, To me, if y'all want to make it make sense like that, not you, but I'm just saying, anybody in the chat wants to make it Paul because Paul put on a dress and he slapped his mother before and he did the unthinkable and hit his mom's, then hey, whatever. But does that mean he stabbed her 98 times and did all that crazy shit? I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know if I can believe that.
I think there's more of a chance of him walking in on someone doing something to her than him actually doing something to her.
But they're right outside, man. These people are right outside, bro. These people are right outside. The whole neighborhood is outside. I mean, and she never screams. She never screams. They didn't hear nothing. They're sitting right outside. She don't scream when that happens. Because
All
if
right.
it's premeditated, if he did something by mistake and she was still alive, why wouldn't she say, help me?
How come no one heard her when it happened?
Because someone went in there to fucking do it dirty. That's why, bro. Come on, man. You answer your own question, bro.
Well, I'm just talking. I'm just talking.
I know you're talking, but I mean, come on. That's why. Because you're saying what happened with Paul. We're going on. Listen, let's go on what Kevy said. Kevy said, yo, can I get $20 for fucking Kelly's roast beef? Fuck you. I just went to Market Basket. Go downstairs and make a sandwich. Fuck you, Ma. Ah! Punches his mother. His mother gets dazed, falls down a flight of stairs, but she's still alive. He picks up the phone. Oh my God, she's on the floor. I'm going back to the beach to go hang out with Jeannie and Michelle. Call Adi, auntie, and tell him to come clean this up. Adi's like, no problem. I'm on my way. I'm fucking sharpening my knife now. I mean, come on, bro. Stop that shit.
No, I'm just saying, I would think more Paul walked in on someone doing something than him actually doing something. I don't know.
So when he walked in the house, Adi's there, though. Adi's there.
I don't know.
But let's talk to Jeannie. Jeannie, right there. We got Jeannie up on the screen. Did Jeannie ever say that when she pulled up, when they're sitting out in front of that house, that taxi was out there? No, the taxi would have to be out there then. If it's Adi, who is it? It's Ryan in there doing something, and he's like, "Oh, you're doing it, bro. All right, man, do that, man. I'll catch you later. Peace." Is that what you're saying? Is that what you're insinuating? Just don't beat around the bush. Just tell me what you're saying.
Well, that's exactly what I'm saying. He has more. What I'm saying is, I don't think Paul actually did this horrible thing. I think possibly walked in on Ryan, and Ryan probably called Artie to help him clean it up. That's my theory.
All right, so we're excluding Paul.
I don't think Paul did it. I don't. Yes, I'm excluding Paul as well.
All right, let's hear before we exclude Paul fully, let's hear his take.
In life.
Right. Exactly. Wow. Exactly. Oh man, what I would do to have them days back, right? I try to have that nostalgia feeling every time I go out. I try to rewind the time a little bit through my kids, you know. So now you go back home, you drop off the Cutlass, you're gonna jump in Michelle's car, and you guys are gonna go hang out. I take it for the rest of the night, and so now he gets back in the car, and you guys start driving back down to Revere Beach, which is about a 20-minute ride, 25 minutes or something. And what was his demeanor like when he got in the car? Was he different? Did you feel the energy shift? Like, what was that like?
Yeah, he was more quiet. I did ask him, I go, what's going on? And he's kind of like, nothing. And he wasn't familiar with one of the other people that were in the car with us, Raquel. So I said, what's going? You know, and I know he wasn't so keen on Michelle. So maybe I figured he was just quiet because of that. And I don't know, you know what I mean? So I wasn't thinking anything about it. I just figured, you know, maybe it will get better when we get up there, you know, everybody gets out of the car and we just hang out, you know.
Did he change his clothes?
I don't recall that. I don't remember.
Now, someone said he had a backpack with him. He didn't have a backpack the first time at the beach, but he had one. But he had one the second time. And where did he have the backpack? Where was he sitting in the car, if you don't mind me asking?
Him and I were in the back seat, and
Do-
Michelle was driving, and her friend Raquel was next to her.
Do you remember? I hate to say this. I'm just a weirdo. Excuse me. Do you remember what kind of car it was?
She had like a sporty car, like a
Camaro.
Sunfire or
A Sunbird.
yeah, something like
Yeah, Sunbird. Let's go.
something like that. Yeah,
It was actually a
Firebird
Camaro.
Sunbird.
She had a
yeah.
Sunbird.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it was
You need to
Pontiac
calm down, James.
Sunbird.
You're a young
I'm
buck,
not a
James.
car
It's
girl.
before your time. James, in '95, you were still playing G.I. Joe. Stop it, will you?
God damn, James.
Right. So
Pontiac Sunbird.
yeah.
That's it.
I thought I
Something
was
like
the
that.
Ultimate Warrior in '95.
So she had a part. So was it 2-seater the car, or was it
Four
four-door?
seater.
It was a four-door.
It was a two-door car with 4 seats.
No, it was
Okay,
a
so you
two-door.
was in the back in a
Smushed.
coupe.
That's what she
Behind,
said.
and you're
two-door
sitting right
car.
next to him. Where did he keep the backpack? Was he holding the backpack? Did he put it in front of him? Was he being weird with this backpack? Like, if you could think now.
I don't remember. I remember it ended up in the trunk at the end of the night, but I don't know. I think what he did is he walked out of the house, got into the car, and he just had it next to him when he got in because we didn't open the trunk or anything like that.
So that whole ride, 25 minutes, you guys are listening to the radio. The windows are down. It's
Yeah.
95 degrees out. What a beautiful humid night. You're going back down to the beach. It's about to be, what a great night. Summertime, young teenagers. Oh, what a great time we're having. But he's acting a little funny.
Yeah, he was just very quiet. His demeanor changed more. It was really, really hot out. I remember that. But he wasn't his normal self.
Right. So now, did you guys go park in the same area that you was before on the beach? Did you go to a different side of the
We
beach?
went to the other side when we went back. Down
Okay.
the other end.
So you went to did you go towards the Point of Pines, like going towards Lynn?
Yeah, we were down there. Yep.
Yeah. So you're over there, and so now, like, so you basically, you guys want to go on the beach, right?
Yeah.
And want to go in. So you actually was gonna go swimming. You had towels, everything. You're gonna go swimming?
No, not me. Not every Revere beach.
No, not everything.
My car with 2 heads.
Yeah, some things never change, huh? Right? Still ain't going swimming in that beach. But did anybody actually jump in? So when you get out the car, you guys walk on the sand, right? What was he wearing? Was he wearing sneakers? Do you know what he was wearing? Shorts? Like what did he have on? Do you have flip flops on?
Our shoes, if I remember, and we kind of just like I just put my feet in the water. I wasn't going in, but just kind of jumping around, splashing. I didn't go swimming or anything.
And where was Paul? Was he joining in the festivities, or did he just like
the same?
And so did Paul go in the water?
I think so, but like not swimming wise, just like splashing and probably rolled up your pants, you know?
Yeah. Your dad said he went in the water with all his clothes on. Do you remember that?
I don't. I'll be honest, I don't remember. I don't remember. I thought we were just splashing around. I don't remember that.
Okay. So that you don't remember that happening.
No.
Okay. So now you guys are hanging out, right? And you guys just hanging out. And so his demeanor he's still acting like a little bit to himself a little bit.
Yeah, all night he was like that, which I thought was really, really weird.
So when did you guys decide you're going to pack it up? What made you go back to Boston Street? Was it just done for the night, or did you get a phone call? How did that work?
Well, the beach closes down at 10.
Oh yeah.
So they make everybody vacate the beach at 10.
Yep, they're going to take everybody's car too, tow it. Yep.
Mm-hmm.
So you guys headed back. You guys headed back to the Ville.
Pause that for a minute,
headed back
please.
to the Ville. We could make the ride in about 18 minutes.
18 minutes to the Ville.
Goddamn right, 18 minutes.
So
Go ahead.
Michelle said in her text to me that they got a phone call that they have to go back because she missed her curfew or something.
Yeah.
She missed her check-in curfew or
Yep.
whatever.
And her mother
Yeah, but
told
that
her to
was.
come in.
Yeah, that's fine. I mean, what's that? Okay. I mean,
Because she said they left because they closed the beach at 10. But Michelle said that she got a phone call. That's why they left.
is that breaking news?
I don't think it's. I don't know if it's breaking news, but I know it's different stories. Well, two
That's
people.
not really
that were in the same
that's
car.
not really a different story. That's the way, dude. This is 30 years ago. That's how she remembers it, and that's how it went down.
Either way, they were leaving. They didn't do nothing. Jeannie didn't do nothing. Michelle didn't do nothing. Can we agree on that? They didn't do that.
Yeah, I'm not saying neither one of them did. I'm just
Bro,
pointing
you're
out an
gonna, bro, let
inconsistent-
me tell you something. If you were a cop, you wouldn't give anybody a break. He would fucking
I
arrest
would.
everybody.
I would. I'd
Check
give.
it.
He would
I'd
be
give-
like, what? He'd be like, wait a minute, you were going 92. All right? You're going to jail. You're all fucking done. What? You didn't see that motherfucker in the crosswalk? You didn't see the sign cross? You didn't see the blinking light? What were you smoking a cigarette again? What do you smoke? Marlboros? You know what happened to my dad? He smoked Marlboros too. I'm giving you. Your kid ain't got a seatbelt on. That's another fucking 50. What are you drinking? Ghost? I drink
Oh,
Monster.
yeah.
Fuck you. That's another 50. He wouldn't let nobody go. Damn, Brill.
God damn, bro.
Fuck.
God damn.
I'm just saying.
I mean, you're saying, I get what you're saying, and I'm just being an asshole. But what I'm saying is that okay, she had a cell phone. She might have not been aware of that. My shit's just doing some wacko shit.
Yeah,
She
you're
might have
right.
not have been aware of that phone call. She might have not have been aware her mother saying, "Where are you? You gotta come home." And you know what I mean? She might have just thought, like, all right, we gotta go. You know, it is the beach. People are spread out. She might have went up on the wall. They might have been over here. You know, there's 4 of them.
Yeah, I
I
get
mean,
it.
the fact is, man, it's not like anybody's covering up because they know what happened. My point is that I don't think that has nothing to do because okay, so at this moment, can we agree at this moment that they are out on the beach? If Paul did it, or if Paul had something to do with it, or knew Ryan did something to his mother, at this point when they're on the beach, Paul totally knows that his mother's in there suffering. Can we get yeses and nos? I mean, this is court.
I
mean, gotta-
yes.
Yeah, I mean, so you know, after when they came back to the house. and-
okay,
and-
hold, I gotta stop everybody. I gotta stop. Listen, people in the chat. Listen, we're never gonna get further if you guys are in the chat saying, "Jay, bro, you were right." Yeah, she had 2. Is the story that different though? Does that make any difference at all to the situation with Paul? She just said that Paul wasn't too cool with Michelle.
No,
just
it
said
was
that.
a different one. It was a different
Oh, the girl
not
Rochelle. The
Michelle.
girl Rochelle. Okay,
Yeah.
but the point is, does that make a difference? Does that really make a big difference? I mean, am I missing something? This makes a big difference.
No, I mean, I wouldn't think it makes a big difference.
I'm saying if you were Michelle right now, and you watched the show last night, right? If you're watching the show last night, and then you're like, you know what? I like these guys. I think I'm gonna come on. Then she just heard this. She ain't coming on. Because you're insinuating that shit is something sinister. It's not. I mean, we can't keep doing that, picking every fucking word apart to cater to Eddie O'Brien. What if Eddie just did it, people? What if Eddie O'Brien just killed her? I'm sick of hearing that.
I'm
No, and
definitely not catering.
I'm not saying you are, but I'm talking to the chat. What if Eddie O'Brien killed Janet Downing? You guys gonna have to live with that shit. You guys want everything like this conspiracy, man. I'm not with all that. You're on the wrong channel, man. Unsubscribe. Go somewhere else. Go on some other channels. Keeping it real here. Maybe he'll entertain that shit. Go over to him. You know, I'm not doing that here. I'm not doing that. I'm not entertaining just because one girl said the beach is closing and the other girl's on a phone call. What's the difference? What's the difference? What's that got to do with it? That's not solving a crime. Because then you're insinuating that Michelle and Paul knew something. I mean, that's me, man. That's just where
No,
I'm at.
I'm not insinuating that at all.
You said it.
So
stand on it.
I'm saying about one said about a phone call that they left, and the other said that they left because of the beach. That's not
Dude,
insinuating.
yo, hold on. Check this out, right? In 1995, this was the size of her phone, right? This is bring. they used the cell phone. They didn't use the cell phone to be like this back then. Yo, what's up? What's good? Hold on a minute. Yo, at JFK, at this one, at that one. Yo, they didn't do that. It was for the car phone was made for one reason. Bring, hello, get your ass home. All right. That's what it was made for. That's what it was made for. So how do you know that she picked up the phone? Yeah, ma, get your ass home. Come on, guys, we're going home. How do we know it's not like that? I mean, come on, it's like this. I mean, come on, man. I don't know, man. Michelle, if you're watching, man, forgive us. Forgive us. God bless you. That shit's crazy. I'm not doing that to people. I'm not doing that. That's not what we're doing here. You know what I mean? That's crazy. Go ahead, Kev.
What I wanted to bring up is that
I'm not yelling at Jay. Hold on. I ain't yelling at Jay, bro. If you guys want to like throw them scenarios out there, then guess what, right? Then I'm not dealing with that shit tonight. I'm not yelling at Jay, bro. I'm speaking facts. I'm not yelling at all. You want me to check my heart rate? You're a nurse, right? Nomad, night shift nomad. You want me to run my heart rate on you and see if I'm amped up? I just did 100 burpees in the gym. My heart rate was at 140. You think I'm hyped up? You don't know hyped up. I'm far from hyped up. You got options, night shift nomad. I'm just letting you know. I mean, much love, but I mean, come on. I ain't yelling at Jay, bro. I'm yelling at the chat. Hinges on every fucking word. And that's not fair to people who were witnesses to this case that potentially could clear this whole situation up. And if it comes out that it's Eddie O'Brien, what does anybody really care? What do you care? You just want is it the fact that we want the 15-year-old Eddie O'Brien, the sweet kid, not to do it, and it was Adi? How do you know Adi didn't do it? How do you know this whole fucking time Adi didn't do this shit? How do you know? You don't know. You shouldn't be into true crime if you don't know. You can't just pin shit on people, bro, because you're doing exactly what Riley did to Eddie then. You know what I'm saying? Exactly what people did to Karen Reed. You're pinning shit on people. That's not right, man. I know what it's like to have shit pinned on me. For the last fucking year, I've been fighting with people on the internet, right? Because they pin these false fucking narratives. They're hood booger radio. They're pieces of shit. They're losers. They're no good. They're scumbags, right? And we got to fight and for the truth. So the last thing I'm going to do is do the same thing to other people. I'm not going to do that just because it's cool or because we can. I mean, come on. We know better than that, don't we? I thought we did.
Yep, you're right.
I don't need to be right. You can think this way. That's fine, but just don't do it here.
I
That's
think
all
you're
I
just
ask.
taking it. I think you're just taking it the wrong way.
You just stopped the presentation, bro. You just told me to pause the shit. No, Jay, bro. You're not going to do that to me. You just told me to pause it, right? And I paused it. I'm running the show. You told me to pause it, right? Like I'm the court reporter. Can you pause that, please? And I paused it for you. So you could come in with a point. And your point was, she said this and she said that. Okay. That's what we stopped it for? That's what we stopped it for?
I just wanted to point that out because there was different stories. That's all. I didn't mean to insinuate someone lying. I'm just saying.
But what are you insinuating? What does that mean, though? It's different stories. You're picking things apart.
Okay, so I'm gonna tell you like this. I was 15 years old. I was 17 years old, and we were at the beach. And when my friend's mother called them and said, "You better get home," I knew they said that because now they're like, "Oh, we gotta go." It's not, we left the beach because the beach closed at 10 o'clock.
So you are so now you're admitting you are insinuating there's something else going on.
I'm not insinuating there's something else going on, but I'm just saying from my life experiences, if I had a friend that got in trouble and said, "Get home," they told, it was just like, I got to get home. My mother just called. I'm going to be in trouble. That I'm speaking from my experiences. I'm not saying any, I don't know. I'm just letting you know, if
Priscilla, you want to battle with JFK? Is that what we're doing? Because I'm with all the smoke tonight. Who gets to choose? You could believe whatever you want. But I'm not going to promote like a conspiracy though. That Paul. So this is what this is. We lay it out on the line every single night, right? That Eddie walked off that porch at 9:10 and he ran at 9:20. In 10 minutes, he stabbed her 98 times and he got this rage. How is that possible? So you mean to tell me Paul's at the beach hanging out? Then he goes home for 15 minutes to go grab a bite to eat. From your thing is what got you so weirded out was that he went in the house and said he was getting something to eat, but he came out with a lollipop. So, okay. And then Big Ed, right? And listen, I'm going on what Big Ed said. And the people that are not all caught up, then whatever. I don't care. I'll take all the smoke. Big Ed said on this show right here, Paul walked by him with a funny ass look. John Roberts said the same thing. And then Big Ed said on the show when we interviewed him and Trisha that he jumped in the water with his clothes on, insinuating that he was washing shit off. I said it right there. Did you see him jumping with his clothes on? Jeannie said no, right? Michelle took offense of that. Michelle took offense in saying, yo, why are we spinning narratives, right? Paul was sad that his mother died. Paul was upset. Paul didn't do this, she's saying, right? And what I'm saying is, if Paul walked in, they're sitting outside. He went in, spazzes out, right? This is what you got to believe. He went in, he does something. Well, you're saying that Ryan's there. He walks in, sees Ryan strangling his mother, stabbing her, die, right? And he's like, where's the lollipops at? And he grabs the lollipop, right? And he walks out the house and he looks at Big Ed funny. And he looks at this dude funny, right? And he jumps in the car with these girls, goes to the beach, hangs out, chills out, max out, does whatever he does, right? And in the meantime, Ryan's in the house calling Carol, the sister. Now we got to believe the sister did make the phone call to Adi, right? And now Adi goes there. So now Carol's involved in the death of her sister. But yet, let me just show you. Do I have to go step by step and show you the funeral? How beautiful the funeral was? These people, what they did with that funeral, we gotta believe that the sister is involved in this shit. I mean, this is a lot to believe, people. This is a lot to believe. I don't think that we should be throwing this accountability on these people. If Janet, like, that's disrespectful to these people. I'm not doing that. I'm making sure I'm on record not doing that. You guys could do whatever you want, but I'm making sure I ain't doing that. That's a whole lot to believe. For what? When I could just say, Eddie worked at Midnight Variety. He was in the porn section a little too much. He walked in that motherfucking house. He watched scary movies, and he was just a killer. And he went in there and he killed her. And this whole fucking time he lied to everybody. He went in the law library, learned how to get out, and he's trying to get out. That's it. That's the easier way to believe it.
You're absolutely right.
You want me to believe all this? You want me to believe Carol is involved, Paul's involved, Ryan's involved, Adi's involved. Then on top of that, Eddie gets a knife put to him in the house, runs down the street and gets jumped by two people just by hanging in Union Square. A black dude and a Spanish dude cuts him. I mean, Jesus Christ! I mean, that's just a lot to believe that Eddie's innocent. Or we could just say, because we haven't talked to the other side. Have we talked to Riley? And then do you believe David Yannetti? Do you like David Yannetti? David Yannetti told us straight up that Riley's a straight up dude, and that he's my mentor. He didn't say he's a straight up dude, but I can't do nothing. He handled the case the way he handled it. Is Riley a scumbag piece of shit? Probably. He's a fucking DA. I don't like DAs, but obviously it was a process of fucking elimination. Let's check this one out. And said it wasn't a process of elimination. They rolled up on Paul, put crime tape up, took his shit. And then here comes this dude with a cut on his hand. And that's, if he didn't have that cut on his hand, they might have had Paul in DYS right now. They might have came harder on Paul if Eddie never had that cut on his hand. That cut on his hand it did him in. I don't know. I'm ranting on. Go ahead. You guys can take whatever you want, man. I'm done talking.
I'm gonna tell you like this. At the end of the day, I signed up to get to the truth of what happened to Janet Downing, and like I told Big Ed, I told Trisha, and everybody else. I don't care who it is. At the end of the day, I want the truth. That's what I'm signing up for. So I don't. I'm just saying I don't like to leave any stone unturned when I'm trying to figure out the truth. And if I see a little inconsistency in a story, I try to point it out. That's all.
Yo, Spy Girl, check this out, right? Spy Girl, you're saying I'm scolding Jay Bro, right? Are we are we simping? Are we simping? Are we simping? Is that what we're doing? We're simping. I'm scolding a grown man. He just made me stop to bring out a point, right? You know how much heat? Do you want me to pull the curve? You know how much heat I take? I take all the fucking heat. I'm the one that takes all the heat. Nobody else, me, J.F.K. So I'm telling you, I'm not taking that heat. That's all I'm telling you. That's it. I'm not scolding nobody. I'm protecting myself. This is the J.F.K. channel. If you guys don't like it, it is what it is. Like, I don't know what to tell you. Straight crashed out. Show's canceled. Fuck everybody, right? JFK is a piece of shit. That's not what I'm trying to do here. I'm trying to let you guys know we can't stop on every little word and say, hey, this one said here her mother called, and this one said this, and then we include somebody in just to cater to Eddie's story. That's not right. That's not right. That's not right. That's what I'm saying. And you want to use the word scolding and all this shit. I don't think that's scolding. I don't think that's scolding. That's me saying I'm standing on what I'm standing on. Eddie deserves a new trial and more DNA needs to be tested to actually rule out all the players. Everybody hates JFK. That's cool. I'll take that. You know what I'm saying? That's it. I guess that's what it is. I guess the JFK show is I'm a piece of shit. I'll take that. I'll turn into the 7. Fuck JFK. I'll change my name.
God damn, no way, man.
No, I want to clear something up right now. Stop saying that, because we talk behind the scenes, and this is just what happens. You know, I don't take any offense to anything he says because he's a great mentor, and everything he says to me behind the scenes has came true. So
yeah, but see, this is the thing, right? But I got no problem. Spy Girl, check this out, right? Check this out, Spy Girl. This is the type of shit I'm on tonight with Spy Girl, right? Like, should I do what everybody else does? I'm looking right now. Delete comment, put user on timeout, ban user, delete comments, right? What should I do? Should I pull the trigger and just ban her? Should I do what everybody else does? Just ban you?
I think we all need to calm down. We're all on the same team here.
Are we? Are
We're
we?
supposed to
I
be.
don't
We're
know that. I don't know.
supposed to
I
be.
don't know. I don't know the
Supposed to
girl. I don't know Spy Girl. I don't know Spy Girl. I don't owe her an explanation.
I'm talking about everybody. Us, like us. We need like. I'm
Yeah,
sorry
really,
for
Spy Girl.
presentation.
Spy Girl, really, 1,000%. Spy Girl, really, 1,000%, really, 1,000%, really. You're sitting there saying I'm scolding people. I ain't scolding nobody. I was doing a presentation, and he stopped me and said stop and pointed something out that honestly, if Michelle was watching the same thread text that she put, she would be so mad. She'd be like, damn, man, so you're saying that I'm lying about that. And that didn't happen that way. Like, what are you insinuating? Like, it sounds like you're insinuating that, like she's covering her. Like, I don't know, man. That sounds crazy. That's all. That's the way it came off to me. Like, you stopped the whole show. You said, can you stop right there?
I
That's
did.
what you said.
I
Can you
did. I
stop
said
right there?
I asked you to pause it. Yes, I did.
Yeah, and that's what you said.
I don't know. I just pointed it out. That's all. Maybe I shouldn't
Yeah.
have. I don't
No,
know.
I'm not telling you what you shouldn't do, but I'm saying, like, this is the reason why these people don't talk. This is the reason why they don't want nothing to do with this. This is the reason why, if you want the truth, they don't want to talk. You can't do that. You know what I'm saying? We're playing into the hands of everybody else. Like, we're letting people dictate where to go. Like, I'm not going to do that. I'm going to go against the grain every single time. I don't know. It doesn't sound logical to me that all these people got to be involved for Eddie to be not guilty. That's where I'm at with it. You know, that's crazy. That's crazy. I'm about to just say, you know what? I'm about to just not like where I'm at with it. I'm about to make a hot take soon on it. Because if I don't uncover what I gotta cover, I'm gonna say my take on it. And my take is gonna be everybody else's opinion. You're gonna be like, what? You really think that? Yeah. At this point, I'm really looking towards, is there an explanation with Adi? Is there an explanation with Adi? How do you know that Adi didn't? How do you know that Adi, since we're into conspiracy theories, how do we know Adi didn't have 2 ounces of cocaine in that house? Right? And how do you know that Riley didn't say to him, listen, why the fuck were you there looking for your key? What were you doing there? And he rats himself out and says, I got 2 ounces of cocaine in that house. And how do you know they really did not let him in the house to go get the coke? And he went in to get the coke. And when he got the coke, he actually said who he got the coke from and everything. He said, hey, the dude's Pablo. He lives fucking 2B in Cambridge. And they arrest Pablo on top of it. And they let Adi go. Right? And Adi can't say nothing. Adi can't say nothing. Right? Because he would have to admit he was a drug dealer, admit that he's a rat. How do we know there's not that explanation? Right? That makes more sense to me than the kids walking out in a 15-minute window, doing something to Janet, right? Jumping in the Camaro, going to the beach, hanging out, going through all this in 30 years. We're acting like this was 3 weeks ago. In 30 years, this never came out. This never came out. Okay, I get it. In a court of law, there's DNA underneath the fingernails. He should have a new trial for sure. But like I said, not guilty does not mean you're innocent. That's my take on it. You know? Brought back, who had the injuries other than the cut in Eddie's hand? Nobody.
And
Nobody had
that
injuries.
and that is and that right there is a big issue. That's a big problem. Because I've thought of that too.
I don't care. I don't care. You think I know it all. Tell me what you know. Tell me what you know. I don't care. I don't care what you're saying. I'm coming off. What do you want me to do? What do you want me to do? I've been at this shit day in and day out. Then don't follow me. Unsubscribe. I don't know what to tell you. Like you're gonna judge me on a moment. Go ahead. I don't care at this point. And guess what? Right? You guys won't like. I'll just shut down my channel and just move on. Like I'll take 2-3 months off and come back later. Maybe I won't come back. Like if that's the case, is that the type of time we're on? Fuck JFK. Like you're gonna like that's what we're on. Okay, cool. You got Jay, bro. You got Kevy Kev. They could do the presentations. They could do it. They know how to do it. They learned. They could do it. They could go through all this. They could take the heat. They could take all that heat. They could take the heat. I'm not taking that type of heat. You know what I'm saying? Like I know better. I know better. You know, I know better. That I don't like doing that to people. Like I'm sitting there, I don't feel comfortable with like blaming kids who their mother got stabbed 98 times. I don't know about you, but I don't feel comfortable with doing that. You know, because we see Adi's reaction, right? We heard from Big Ed, we heard from Eddie O'Brien. I don't know if the family's watching us and how they really feel. You know what I mean? I don't know if I'm comfortable with that.
Do you think Riley felt the same way you do?
Like what?
That you don't feel comfortable investigating those kids or doing that deep dive on those kids. You got a good point there.
I mean, what's the deep dive, man?
Do you think
So you mean to tell me? So
do you think
no?
that
Go ahead.
that made that, do you
No,
think
I think he
that
did. I think he did do a
mentality
deep
of
dive.
what you're saying, that you personally can't go down that route. You don't feel comfortable going after these kids. They just lost their fucking mother.
Yeah, but that's different. What I'm saying, I already went after the kids, bro. We already spoke on the kids 1,000 times, and it doesn't make sense, bro. It
So what
doesn't
I'm
make
saying is,
sense.
you think that was Riley's approach? I'm just talking to you. You know what I mean? You
Yeah, but
think
you're
that was
saying two
Riley's
different. You're
approach?
talking about two spaces in time, bro. You're talking about 95 and now. No, Riley at that time should have did his job and investigated everybody. That's his job. That this ain't like, you know what I mean? We're talking about 30 years later, dude in jail. We're talking about the whole situation. What it's not unheard of that somebody will try to manipulate the system and get out of jail.
No, I mean it definitely.
Happens all the time.
That's a great point. It happens all the time. You know
I'm
what
saying
what I
you
was
asked me that question. I don't understand what that got to do with now and then.
but
I mean, I
no,
mean,
you're looking.
obviously, Ryan.
But hold on, you're looking at the evidence. You're looking at, you know, I mean, we just said it a couple minutes before. Someone said it in the chat. You read it off. Who else had injuries other than Ed? I mean, if these kids will, like you said, looked at, obviously Paul's bag was collected. You know what I mean? It was in the trunk of a friend's car. That was collected. We've got statements from these kids. We got statements from other people. Paul got a ride to his father's house or to the hospital, not with the O'Brien sister there. I think he went back with Raquel and her brother, right? If I'm right?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, the only thing that I could say is that, you know, I thought we just heard from Eddie's sister that he didn't know Raquel, but then again, he's getting a ride to the hospital from her. You know what I mean? That to me is a little different. But the brother had stated that he said some things in the hospital, and someone else had witnessed him walking from the car to the backyard, and he was mumbling stuff like, "Oh ma," or I think I just seen my mother. He was having. I mean, I don't. He had some different statements that he had people had said about him. So I mean, in my eyes, they did do some investigating on these kids. But I mean, that's something that with I mean, no, who else had injuries?
You didn't cause a problem, night shift, Mo, man. I'm not even upset. Night shift. I'm not. That's the thing. I'm not upset. I battled with the whole internet for a year. Did you think my chat upsets me? I just this is the pure indication of how quick your chat can turn on you. And that's the reason why I don't have any loyalty to certain people in this chat. There's only a handful fewer people I got loyalty to in this chat that know me, that been rocking with me. If the people who just turned on me like that, oh, you're cocky, you think you know it all, then you shouldn't even be here then. Because I don't think I know it all. That's the reason why I'm saying what I'm saying, because I could sit there and spread a narrative if I wanted to, and it would be a good narrative. The 15-year-old didn't do it. It's a conspiracy. Paul and Michelle were together and they were fucking behind each other's back. And he let Paul wore Michelle's dress and it was all over a bra. Like, I can make up a whole lie. And these people would feed into it. And I learned that. And I'm not about that. And the people who feed them lies just for some type of whatever it might be, like thumbs up and some flames and a $5 super chat, I'm good with that. I'm not doing that. I don't sell my soul for that. I'm gonna be me. And the people who rock with me, I'm down with. For the people who are gonna turn on me fast, shame on you. Because I'm not coming at J Bro. Me and Jay Bro, we were on the phone all day today. And I told Jay Bro, we got to tighten up these presentations. We can't listen. There's a responsibility you got to take when you're on this platform. You can't stop the presentation and say, hey, by the way, look at this. This is a different story. It's not that different. You know what I mean? It's just not that different. You know what I mean? And I don't want to be right. I just don't want to be wrong.
No,
You feel what
I
I'm
get.
saying?
I
Of the
feel.
whole
Trust me, I feel
situation.
that.
Of the whole situation. Because my thing is I want Michelle up here. I want Ryan up here. I want these people to be able to come up here and tell us if Artie did this, the only way we're gonna get down, if Artie had anything to do with this, the only way we're gonna figure that out is by them explaining to us what was told to them by him. And if them stories are very inconsistent, then now we're on to something. But as of right now, we don't have that because everybody's saying free Eddie, free Eddie, free Eddie on this channel. And that's cool. You can say that. But to make it free Eddie, based on what we learned last night with Janet saying that the blood was planted, and they're still technically going with the story
Trisha.
that he got jumped. I mean, Trisha, the blood was planted, and they're still going with the story he got jumped. I don't know how you just totally believe that story. I don't know how you could just really think that.
Well, and that's why when I talked to you today, I told you that my mind's open again because of the fact that from what my theory was, he got cut in the house. If she's telling me he didn't, there's no blood on her, then my theory is wrong. So how did his blood get in the house? So I'm like I said, I'm trying to get to the truth. I don't care who or what it takes us to. I want the truth.
But what if? And I said, and I think people that's been watching, I've been
And
on
what
Jay
if it's
Brill about
Eddie?
this. What
And
if
what
it's
if it's
Eddie? Like,
Eddie?
what
I've
if it's
been
Eddie?
played, and I will admit that I was played. And at the end of the day, that falls on me because
What makes you think it ain't Eddie though?
Honestly, all the evidence that we've heard, but then we go back and we listen to different things, and it makes me think like, could this have happened? Could that have happened? What about this? What about that? Like that's why I've been so quiet this whole time. Like I'm over here in my head thinking, like listening to you guys and thinking like there's always a possibility.
Here's the thing for the
There's
show,
always
right?
a possibility.
For the show, if we turned around right now and we all concluded that it was Eddie, what happens to the Eddie O'Brien story on the JFK show?
Probably falls apart because everyone's free Eddie.
Right. So my point is this: I'm letting everybody know right now. I'm not saying that Eddie did it because I don't know. But if that happens, right, I'll be okay with saying that, and that's my take. And if the story stops there, then it stops there, and that's it. We move on to something else. And whether you guys move with us or you don't, then that's just another lesson that I got to learn. The loss that I'll take from losing some of these people. JFK, you think you know it all. How dare he say Eddie did it? Because I looked at every other situation. When you guys were sleeping for 8 hours, I was sleeping for 2. You know what I mean? So don't put accountability on me for acting the way I want to act. I've told you this is what you wanted, right? You wanted us on the porch just talking out loud. This is how it's going to get sometime. It's going to get uncomfortable. You know what I mean? And I don't feel bad. I have no regret because I'm not going to.
To be honest, I'm more offended with that text this morning than this right now. Like,
well, that's my point. That's another thing. Like we talked. That's what I'm saying. This is a whole presentation. We brought the show in with that text.
Right.
We brought that show in with that text, and it seems that
yeah. Let's just stop there and highlight something real quick. And these people in the chat, the beautiful people in the chat,
yeah,
they're not a part of that. I mean, they didn't get a text message from Eddie's family.
No.
And
but they did though. We explained it a little bit. I did.
But what I'm trying to say is that outside of this right here, and everybody that's with us, we all have normal lives too. Our days go on, and to get a notification or a bing, and it's like, damn, like what the fuck, you know what I'm saying? We experience that, and we collaborate together about that, and we try to figure it out, and we try to make the show tighter. We experience that.
But I'm saying you guys are willing, not you, the chat. I'm looking at the chat. I'm sorry. Sometimes, man, I think that it's maybe it could be me as far as when I'm looking at the chat. It might sound like I'm talking to my panelists, but I'm reading this chat, and sometimes I'm talking to the chat, right? If I was by myself, it'd probably be easy to understand that I'm talking to the chat. But when I just blurt something out sometimes, so excuse me. So let me be clear. I'm talking to the chat right now. To believe that Eddie didn't do this, you have to believe that Carol is involved in this. Right? And I'm just telling you right now, that's a hard fucking sell for me. Right? You would have to believe that. And listen, I wrote the songs, the Carol song. If Eddie, if Carol, if Addie was involved and Carol, if Addie's involved in the dirt, then Carol, you're full of mud. I wrote that shit. I wrote the song. I'm trying to help with Eddie's case. I'm looking at it from both sides. But when we got this text message today, basically saying that you guys are coming at us and, like, how dare you speak from another side, basically, like kind of lashed out at us. That opens our eyes up. Like, that gives us that gives us so that gives a different perspective. Like, well, that's not what we're trying to do. And I thought we explained it earlier. Maybe we didn't explain enough, but like respect the, you know, don't respect the process. Like we're trying to get down to the bottom of it. So when Eddie does go ahead, if Eddie didn't do this, when he goes to present it, you know, everything is already uncovered. Like when they say, well, what about this? Well, because of this. Well, what about this? Well, did you know this? But it seems like the more and more we start peeling back this onion, the truth is going to start unraveling. And as of right now, we're just getting to a point where it's like so many people got to be involved. So many people got to be involved for it not to be Eddie. I mean, Riley, the fucking police. I mean, God damn. You know what I mean? Everybody got to be involved for not to be Eddie, bro.
And I think, I'm going to just say this. I think personally, the chat is the people that are here with us and they're going through this. A couple of years ago, they got that reality, thrown at them. Like, look what happened with Karen Reed. Look how many people were involved. Look at, the inconsistencies. Look at the law enforcement, the chain of commands. All, we're talking about reactions and from judges and DAs and mass state police. So it opens our eyes to say, JFK, like, it could be a group of people that have, stuck together.
It could be, but it's just hard to believe. But what I'm saying is, when I asked Janet that question last night, the people in the chat, I
Trisha.
asked her, Trisha, I keep saying that. When I asked Trish, that's how much Janet's on my mind. When I asked Trisha that question, that when you were saying Adi back in 1997, you guys never put any thought into Carol? Because for in order for him to be there, right?
At the times he's given us.
Right? If that's what he said in 97, right? Which it had to be, right? I mean, that story didn't change, right?
Right.
Then you never, why didn't you ever pull Karen in the mix? Artie and Carol did this. Why wouldn't it be both? Because if you did that, it would look like, oh, how dare you? You know what I mean? So it's like, it's the same type of thing, man. Now I get it. Adi's in the chat. You know what I mean? Like, I get it. Adi's in the chat. He's lurking around. He's doing all this suspect shit. But is there an explanation to that weird shit? That's what I'm saying. Right? We asked for the explanations about Eddie shit, and Janet said the blood was planted in the house and that he wasn't cut when he was in that house. Well, I was hoping he was, to be honest with you.
Would have made more sense. Listen, we're not gonna read the text to you guys. That's not
No.
happening. We're not doing that. All we're gonna say, all I'm gonna say, and I think I could speak for the whole panel. It was like a slap to the face. That's what it was like, and we didn't appreciate it because no matter which way you put it, what was claimed was not true, and that's all I'm gonna say about that.
And Jay
that's
Bro's
all I'm
and
saying.
Jay Bro's not doing. Be clear, I'm not rashing on Jay Bro when he said that. I'm just saying Jay Bro is so Jay Bro's so spun out over this. He's working so hard on this that he's trying to see every little inconsistency. And I'm just telling him, yeah, it's time to let go a little bit. Time to let go a little bit. You know, you can't look at every inconsistency. There's got to be inconsistencies, but that doesn't mean this is a plot for murder. You know, I think like the inconsistencies, like we want to believe, but we got to look at what happened. We got to stay focused on what happened. 98. It's like looking at the Karen Reed case. It's like when they say that she backed up and hit him and he fell and he was out there that whole night and all the tail light was there and all these other things got to happen for order for them not to be guilty. It's like the same thing but reversed. You know what I'm trying to say? Like it's the same thing.
No.
Karen is innocent, but they're saying she's guilty. Eddie could be guilty. I mean, God found guilty, but he's claiming he's innocent. But all these other things got to work for him to be innocent. But in Karen's favor, if you really look at it, that you can't really believe that she's guilty because look at how all these inconsistencies, like of what they're saying. It doesn't make sense. Like the cops pull up on the scene, there's 47 pieces of tail light. There's two cops in the house, one don't come outside. The other cop texts him, "You coming here?" Right? He goes to the police station after a night of drinking from New York. They hide their phones, they get rid of their phones, they sell their house, they get rid of their dog, there's dog bites, like all these different things to show that they're shady, right? And you're still going to say it's as simple as Karen just backing up and hitting him, and 7 people left the house and just didn't see him, right? And you're just like, no. So it's this, and with Eddie, it's like the same type of thing. It's like to believe that he didn't do this, you would have to believe that Carol, Adi, Paul, Carrie Ann, right? Paul Sr., they're all involved in the death of Janet, but not just the death of Janet. 98 times slashed like a fucking savage. And who would want that? Them people like, and then these people never did anything again. Like the people who did this, like wouldn't do this again. Like this is crazy, bro. Like where'd that rage come from? And we're gonna put it on the kids. We're gonna put it like it's crazy. I don't know, man. It's a tough sell, man. And I'm not saying and I'm not saying Eddie did it either. I'm not saying Eddie did it, but Eddie's the one that got the cut. That's all I'm saying.
And this is what's going to happen when we start to go back and look over things again. I mean, you know,
why is it so unbelievable? You want to answer that? Why is it so unbelievable for Eddie to have been jumped by whoever could have been involved who made the original 911 call and why the trial is so hard to retrieve. Well, to answer the question about the retrieving part is because that goes through court TV. You want to answer the other question about being jumped?
Who, me or Kevin?
Whoever.
I mean, the whole thing about him being jumped is that, you know, not number one, it was said 2 weeks later. Yeah, he didn't say that, you know.
No, he said he got jumped that night. He said 2 weeks later he was in the house.
He was in the house.
Right.
But I'm just thinking because of last night, you know, no blood in the house. You know, they're saying they found blood in the house, so it would make you think that he got jumped in that house. You know, he got stabbed and assaulted in that house. It's just it's just hard to believe. I mean, it really is. I mean, in my eyes, that, you know, I mean, I guess at those times, you know, temperature was different. You know, the city streets were a little wilder. It was a different era. You know, it's just a hard one to stomach. I mean, I just, you know, in my eyes, I feel like he didn't get jumped in the square.
Your internet's doing internet shit, but you're back. Yeah, we heard you. You good.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like he didn't get jumped in the square. I mean, it's just a, you know, when, I mean, yeah, I think personally his hand would have been pouring blood if he got stabbed with a knife in 3 spots. He gets the midnight variety and they don't think it's that bad. Here's a paper towel, fucking cover it up, clean it up, wipe it up. You know?
So what are you saying?
I mean, if it was that bad, if he was, you know, if it was that bad, I think when the police came down and talked to him at Midnight Variety, you know, maybe they did say, "Hey, do you need medical?" Nah, this is fine. I can just, you know, I don't need stitches, you know. And that's probably what, you know, if that was the case, and I would think that the police would have, you know, had him looked at if there was a wound on him. I mean, I don't know about any of you.
He did have a wound on him, though. What are you saying? I'm trying to understand what you just said.
Midnight Variety. The people in Midnight Variety about the 911 call. I don't believe Eddie called 911. I mean, Eddie called 911. I believe somebody in that store called 911 and handed him the phone. But those people he worked with also said there was statements that said that they didn't think that the cut was that bad. And if the police came down to Midnight Variety and they seen Eddie with a laceration on his hand, do you think that they would have reached out to medics? Or would they have just chalked it up as, yeah, we got one cut down here at Midnight Variety? I mean, is it that deep that they started it there?
Now I don't. I still don't. I'm still not picking up what you're saying. So what are you saying? Did he get stabbed? Did he get stabbed or not? Did he get stabbed by shanking Janet? Did he cut himself when he was doing it to Janet, or did he get cut by dudes getting jumped? What do you believe? They're saying it happened when he was cutting Janet. Do you believe it happened when he was cutting Janet, or do you believe that it? You know, I mean, how do you not cut yourself 98? Like it there's a lot of
the
things that
only
don't make
thing
sense
is,
about
like,
Eddie. There's no
people-
blood on him. There's no blood. I mean, we've been down the road. There's no blood. He would have had to change his clothes. they're saying it was premeditated. How do you get all that rage in 10
And
minutes?
yeah,
There's a lot of
and
shit you got to believe for Eddie to do it too.
that's the thing. I mean, we're talking about. Listen, a broken hilt to a knife. I mean, that would
That
the
doesn't have his
if
DNA on it,
if
by
the
the way.
police found that broken hilt, whose hands cut? That knife's in your hand. You know, that's what they're gonna. I mean, that's what they're looking for. Whose hand? I mean, you find a broken hilt to a knife. All right, whose hands cut?
Yeah, but it's not his DNA. It's not his DNA. And that's why. But to believe that it's Artie, you got to believe Carol. That's where I'm at with it. Because he said he got there at 9:45. He threw Carol in the mix. Point blank period. Carol called me, dispatch, blah blah blah. Okay, next step, talk to Carol. Is there an explanation? You know, we got to it's process of elimination, man. You know? It doesn't make it any easier. You know what I mean? Like it you don't see I mean no disrespect to Eddie, but you don't see him screaming Audie's the one who put the knife to my neck to make it a lot easier. Like his voice saying it, not assumptions or Jay Brill saying he said that. You don't hear him saying it, so it's hard to even, what if he said it? Would that help the situation if Eddie came out and said it was Adi that did this? Well, Adi who put the knife to my neck, who was present, so he knows what happened more. You know what I mean? Obviously, if he's there with a knife, he knows what the fuck happened. He's part of it. You know what I mean? Eddie wasn't caught with a knife. So, like, for 30 years, we haven't heard that. We just been hearing that it could be this one, that one. You know? So, I don't know.
And you would think that if it was, you know, I don't know, when we talk about premeditated, you would think that if someone's going there to do something like that, they would have been suited up. They would have had gloves, all that shit on. You know what I'm saying? Like, if
Yeah, but
someone went there and
we watched the 14-year-old dude in a high school follow the teacher in and do
And
that
walk
shit.
around the whole school like nothing.
I mean, we watched it. We watched it. They didn't hear her screams.
no, I hear.
And he raped her, bro. You watched it.
Yeah.
So now can we get back to that Genie video?
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I feel like we needed to let that off. I know I did. I need to let that off. I mean, the people who are going to switch up real quick and get upset if there's a little hostility going on over here or whatever, us being who we are, if they're going to be mad, I mean, I probably already lost about 10 subscribers,
God
I mean,
damn.
that's okay. I didn't block nobody, though. I didn't block
God
nobody. You know what I'm saying? So you guys ain't blocked. And I appreciate everybody that's hanging in there. I just think that, we can't give. I think we would get a lot further this chat if we really zoned it. Like I feel here's the thing. I'm not gonna lie. I feel like we're wasting our time if you guys already made your mind up. You know what I mean? Like it's okay if you guys have an opinion, but if you already made your mind up, it's like even with Melissa, she left that comment. She said, how do you know he didn't get
Oh no, your internet's doing internet things.
God damn. God damn. My shit's
Sorry.
live, right?
Yeah,
Yeah, I
we're
hear
good.
you.
Yeah, we crashed
There you
out a
go.
little bit.
You're
We
back.
crashed out. Yeah, we crashed out a little bit. A little bit of turbulence, man. We hit an air pocket. It doesn't
Sorry.
make it doesn't set up with the like, and I mean that with all due respect. It's like it doesn't make sense that like because it's like a Jedi mind trick going on there. He says he goes down the store, right? When he's walking out the house, he doesn't deny that the boy's seen him, right? And then he never turns around to the boys and says what happened. Hey, you know, he didn't go back to check on his family to see if the dude was going to go across the street and do something to his family, right? He didn't know if something happened to Ryan because if he just walked in and she's on the floor, how do you know Ryan ain't dead upstairs? Right? I'm just saying, right? He doesn't know what happened. So he doesn't say anything, right? So there's more shit that don't make sense. Then he goes to Burger King. Then he gets jumped. Then he goes there. Then he goes back. And then he never tells me at the scene that after all this shit's happening, he never says, I was in the house and I seen the person. And then he gets arrested. And then 2 weeks goes by. And then he says it happened, but I was scared. Well, technically, you wasn't scared because when you did finally admit you was in the house, you did say that someone put a knife to my neck. So technically, you really weren't scared after 2 weeks because you did say it was somebody else. But everybody's saying, well, he's scared. That's why he made up the jumper story. I think that let me try to make it make sense without confusing you. We're putting the jumping story with the knife story together. You know what I mean? The cut story with the jumping story. You automatically put them two things together. But it kind of has nothing to do with each other because what happened in the house has nothing to do with what happened down the street. You know what I mean? It has nothing to do with it. There's no, and then how do we know? I think Melissa said, how do you know they didn't go down the street and get him? Well, who went down the street to get him? It wouldn't make sense on the timeline. If Adi left the house at 9:20 to chase him, to cut him, Janet got discovered at 9:45. So he would have had to come back, go back in the house. You know what I mean? Like he would have got caught. That means he would have went back to the scene. That means Adi left the scene, jumped out the cab, cut him, jumped back in his cab, went back to the scene. It just don't make sense that anybody in that house chased him down and did that to him. The timeline doesn't add up. And I think that when people say he's scared, he was scared. That's why he made up he made up the jumping story. Well, he's still saying the jumping story happened. That's my point. He's not saying the jumping story didn't happen. He's just saying a guy put a knife to my neck. That still doesn't explain how his blood got in the house. Now, if it was something as simple as dude put the knife to my neck, I turned around and run and I swatted him and I cut my hand and I ran out the house, it would be like that makes sense. But he's not saying that happened. He's saying that he left and and he went down to the square and a dude with a knife said, "You seen my face," and cut him. And he's still saying that to this day. That's a tough sell, man. That's a tough sell. You believe someone acted alone? Why would you ask me if I have money for it? I'm not asking to see it. What was that about?
No, because Shooting said Eddie's dad hasn't seen the video either. He has zero influence on who sees it or not. Pay up or don't watch it. So I asked him, "You got 5,400 for 1 minute?" Because we don't, but we want to see the video and it's out there and
The video for what?
the
You mean
trial.
the trial? Yeah, nah, the dude got the trial, but he ain't giving it up. We already know that.
So the way that the court TV works is you pay $90 a second for the video, and it goes by whatever you watch. Then they charge you after you air whatever you air, however many seconds it is. They charge you, and you have to pay $250 down for a deposit for that, and then it's $90 a second after that, and they will not budge because they just sold Court TV, and that's their terms.
They're making money off the library.
Yep, that's what they're
I mean,
doing.
that's more reason to give up that footage, because no one. I mean, because now if you're Netflix or you're somebody that's gonna, if you're someone that's gonna do a documentary, when you go hit that hurdle for that trial, they're gonna say, "Yo, we want 50 grand for this many minutes," and it's like, "Pff, man, man, come on, we ain't doing that." You know what I mean? So you may as well get it out there, get the trial out there, and that's what I'm saying. We don't have the trial, we don't know. So I mean, we don't really need the trial technically if we could talk to the people, you know.
Right, but like I said last night, we got so in detail with the Karen Reed case because we saw the trial. We were able to make see people's reactions and everything throughout the trial. We don't have none of that here.
Yeah. Well, that's the problem. See, the problem to be transparent with everybody. The problem is that when I talked to Big Ed told me he wanted me to do the documentary, like join forces with this woman named Sophia who had a lot of footage, and like kind of help out and see if we could come up with an idea to put a doc out. And I said, all right, cool, let's do it. And that was back in December. And then he told me that the guy Rob was, was kind of like, whatever. They were having a little issue with him. And now, come to find out later, the guy Rob, who has the trial, Eddie's signing with him and rolling with him. I mean, my understanding, the guy Rob, who's doing the documentary for Eddie, is doing like a juvenile, law type thing, like how they do juveniles, and he's using Eddie for the traction, his story, but he's going to talk about juvenile detention and laws and things like that. I think it's going to be it's not going to be like the Eddie O'Brien story, but Eddie's going to be, the focal point. So I think he has like a rollout plan how he's going to do it. I mean, I just want to see the trial. I could care less what he does with his documentary. There's so many ways to go with this. You can make this about Janet. You can make this about Adi. You can make this about Eddie. You can make this about us. You can make this about Margot, about Kevy Kev. You can make this about anybody, but I just want to see the trial. Kevy, you got something to say, brother?
Yeah, I gotta bounce off. I gotta bounce off. Got a busy day ahead of me tomorrow. But I just want to say, I want to just say something real quick. JFK had said it earlier today, and I think maybe the chat and the people the followers that have really been dedicated to this case with us and have been tuning in and have been supporting us, is that you have to respect the process and buckle up, because if it gets bumpy, we don't want to see you fall out.
Keep your seatbelts on. The seatbelt sign's illuminated for
Right.
sure.
Fucking seatbelts. Keep your fucking seatbelts on.
Yeah, don't jump the gun, shoot yourself in the foot.
Because I'll tell you, man, I've known.
This is entertainment.
Yeah, and I've known JFK for a long time. And if I needed a driver, he'd be the one.
Yeah, man. You know how we do it, bro. You know how we do it. Trying to get down to the bottom of it, man. Trying to shake things up, man.
Yep.
I mean, we got to shake it up, man. We want to hear. Don't you guys want to hear from the other side? Don't you want to talk to Aaron?
I definitely want to hear from the other side. I'm dying to hear from the other side.
Yeah, well, it's not going to happen if I get screaming.
Then we need that. That's right. Then we need to respect the process and just buckle up. You understand?
Yes.
Respect
indeed.
the process. Buckle up.
I think we kind of know what's in that Rule 30, man. I mean, somewhat. But yo, we'll talk to you soon. All right, Kev?
Yeah. You guys carry on.
We're gonna
You know?
go over the genie thing for a couple more minutes.
And if you guys, and today, if nobody told you guys they loved you, Kev loves you guys.
My brother. Peace and
All
Yes,
love,
right,
sir.
man.
I'm out.
Peace and love, Kevin.
Peace. Yeah, let's get into the Janet shit. I mean the genie shit. So what she says when she gets back. All right.
Yes, sir.
Oh, that's the listening. I don't need that. The hell am I doing here? Two different things here. What's going on? What do I got pulled up? Oh, there we go. Where is it? All right. Here we go. Bill, let's go. But you gotta go
Yeah.
slow on Route 16 because them stadies might whoop whoop pull you over.
Very
So
different back then.
oh yeah. So now you go back to the Ville and you start coming up the street and you see lights, camera, action.
Yeah.
What's going through your mind when you see now? What did you see? Put it if you
Well-
could explain it.
Well, we came up 28 up Greenville Street, and then it intersects with Boston Street where we all live. And we took a right, and we just seen lights. It's probably like 2 blocks down, and I just seen like police cruisers and lights going, and just people. Like it was too dark; you couldn't really like see so much except for the lights. Like you could tell people were out there, and I thought it was kind of weird because Paul started saying, "Oh, my mother," and I'm like, "Well, you don't know that it's that because look how far we're away. It could be anything, you know."
Well,
what I
she
mean?
just said. So you're in the car. You're in this back seat of the 2-seater Sunbird. The sun, we call them sun chickens. So you're in
Yeah.
the back seat of the sun chicken, right? And you're driving up the street. You see ambulances or whatever, just lights, and he's saying my mother," before he even gets to the spot.
Yeah. Yeah. And
That's
I thought it was
crazy.
kind of weird because I knew there were issues with his sister.
Yeah.
Just kind of staying there on and off. So I figured it was probably her. I said, "You don't even know that it's, your mom." I said it could be Carrie, could be anybody. You couldn't tell what house they were at because they were just lights everywhere.
Yeah, and let's talk about Kerry. What was Kerry like, the older sister? Because she had some issues or whatever.
Yeah, she had some issues, she had some, in and out, runaway, had some really interesting boyfriends, she was
Interesting
troubled.
boyfriends.
Yeah, she was troubled.
Yeah. So did you get along with her? She was a little older than you, right?
Yeah, I didn't, like when I was like if I seen her, I'd get along with her, but she was older, so she didn't really bother with me.
So what do you call it? Denise, not Denise, what am I saying? Gina said that she had some issues with the drugs. She was messing with the drugs back then.
Yeah, she was.
Yeah, I understand. So
How's she doing now?
No contact with the family, so I couldn't tell you.
So let's stay there for a second, right there. No contact with the family. How does that make you feel, knowing that you had this big relationship with them at one time? And usually in that space of time when you're teenagers, and like you said, from 9 to 18, you kind of hold on to that because it was such a bonded experience through them times. And then after this takes place, you got to just drop it. But yet, every time you think back to that Revere Beach time, you think back of Paul, you think back of Janet, Michelle, this one, that one, and now the memories are just weird now, right? It's like funky. Like how you been coping with, you can't talk to these people. Like how'd you navigate through that?
Well, it's life. You grow up and you meet new people and you move on, and you got to pick your big pants up and figure it out. You make new friends, you get different hobbies. I started working full time because I was out of high school, and my life changed. I missed a lot of them. Paul was my best friend for my whole life up until that point, and it was odd. But now that I look back, it's like, I don't know if he had something to do with it or not. So it's kind of, how could a best friend do that to you?
Mm. So if this would have never happened, Do you think you and Paul would still be cool to this day? I mean, I know that's kind of forecast in the future, but what do you think? If you
Yeah,
had a
I
guess.
would say we would still be friends if this didn't happen. Yeah.
Have you at the time of being his friend for a number of years, have you ever seen him have an attitude where he could, be explosive or, you know, just
Yeah, I mean, right before everything happened, he was very angry with his mom all the time. They were getting into fights all the time. He was sneaking out. He was dating those two guys. So
Dude, he was dating
yeah,
two guys. Two guys.
it was two guys. Yes.
Oh, Jesus.
God damn.
They lived together, and that's kind of what Janet found out. Because one of them had called the house and said, "Hey, I want my keys back. Paul was watching my apartment while I was on vacation, and he hasn't returned them." Actually, I had gone over to the apartment with him once when that did happen, and we, made sure everything was okay with the apartment, and had come back.
You got any questions, James Jackson, in this pocket?
Well, just back real quick to touch on when you said you pulled up to the spot and Paul was saying, my mother, my mother. Now, Janet was his single mom, right? He lived
Yeah.
with just his mom at the time. I mean,
No, Ryan lived there. Paul lived there. His mother, his sister Erin.
And Kerry wasn't living there.
I mean, I would think the first person I would think the first person I would think of would be my mom, in a situation like that. I don't know.
I
So
know
it's just
Carrie was
weird.
just there. Carrie was just visiting over those
Yeah.
couple of days, and I know Janet was babysitting. So I would always associate that with Carrie more than I would Janet. That's what I would think of if I seen police outside the house.
What do you feel? What do you feel about that, Kevy? What James Jackson just said? That was a good point, no?
Yeah, I mean, being one of the male, one of the brothers, the sons, and the father figure not being around. Yeah, I could see, myself, saying, geez, I hope my mother's all right. Oh, I hope nothing's going on in my house. My mother's there, I mean,
Where was Aaron at the time?
I'm sorry, what?
Where was Aaron at the time?
I don't know. I didn't see her probably till later, so I don't know.
Okay.
How old was Aaron?
I think she was 2 years older than us.
So you pull up to the street. You got anything else you want to add, Jay Brilliant?
No. I didn't know if she knew where Aaron was at the time. That's why I was asking.
That's fine.
No.
I just want to make sure
we weren't hanging out, so I don't know. She was older than us, so we didn't really. I mean, if we seen each other, it'd be nice or whatever. But no interaction that day.
So, at that, so okay. We went back. We had said maybe at the beach he might have put his backpack in the trunk of the car.
Yeah, he did. He put his shoes because we were walking on the beach in the back, along with his backpack.
Now, do you remember? I mean, okay, you pull up to this scene now. You left Revere Beach. You're 18 minutes. You're back in the neighborhood. You see the lights. Did he just jump out of the car and go up to the house, or was he concerned about getting his stuff out of the car? Did he have to go back in and get that backpack?
He got right out of the car and tried to run into the house.
So do you tell that the emergency vehicles were at his house or no?
Yeah, after we pulled up the street, you could tell. You couldn't tell from when we first turned the corner. You couldn't tell what house they were at, really, at that point. It
When he
dark
was
out.
saying, "Mama."
Mhm.
So they got all the way up the
10 o'clock
street?
At night, we were blocks away before we were pulling up there.
And did you see a cab out there by any chance?
There was a cab on Hamlet Street, yeah.
You seen the cab?
Mm-hmm.
Was it blocked in with the emergency vehicles?
Yeah.
So the cab was there, 100%.
Mm-hmm.
When the ambulance was there.
I don't remember if there was an ambulance there when I was there or not. It was a really crazy night
Yeah.
at that point, you know.
Well, did Janet leave yet? Was Janet still in the house? Do you know?
You know, my father, as soon as I got there, my parents told me to go up on the porch and go up, get away from everything.
So you don't know
just-
if they took you don't know if they took Janet out or not yet?
No, I don't think they would have wanted me to see that because I was 17, you know.
Ah, of course, of course. All right.
Yeah.
So now so what happens? You get put on the porch. What they do with Paul? What he do? So he tried to get in the house. They take him out. Where they end up?
Yeah.
Where he
They
end up
had
going?
him sitting on the sidewalk and he was hyperventilating and just kind of like losing it. I mean, it's your mom. I would expect
Yeah.
something like that, you know. Eventually I came
Well,
down.
what they say to him about his mom? What did they say at that point?
I don't know. I wasn't there. I don't know what they said to him. I can't answer that.
Right. And so at this point, Eddie is on his little. He's walking through Union Square right around this time or whatever, right? I would assume so. Right around this timeline, he's doing what he's getting into. So you just stayed on the porch, and so when did you find out, and how did you find out? Like, what was the reaction when your dad heard that he got in a fight, or when did you find out that Eddie actually got into a fight in Union Square and got stabbed too? Were you guys thinking it was connected, or did you know that Janet even got stabbed at that point? You know,
I
you knew.
didn't know at that point really what happened. I just knew that my brother needed to be picked up from down in Union Square. They were kind of trying to shield us from that. I did step down off the porch, and I was standing with Gina, after a few minutes, and Artie had come over to us, and Gina was on one side of him, I was on the other side of him. And, so I was in a conversation with the two of them in front of my house. And I know that my father wanted to leave to pick up my brother, but they wouldn't let my father leave to pick up my brother. So I think they had called one of my uncles up to go down and pick Eddie up at the store because they wouldn't let my father leave.
So
Which
your
I
uncle
found out later it's because he had gone in and found Janet.
So your uncle drove. So your uncle drove Eddie home.
I think that's the way that it worked out. Yes.
All right, because your dad said that the cops drove Eddie home.
Oh,
But,
okay. Then that's. I
No,
know.
I'm just saying.
Yeah.
I mean, that's here nor there. I'm just saying.
Yeah.
But you didn't see any of that. Did you see Eddie come home? When Eddie walked in, did you see his hand? Was he showing his cuts? Like, was you there for that? Was you present for that?
Yeah, I did see his cuts. He had some cuts on his fingers. He didn't have any blood all down the front of him, as everybody says. I seen his
Well,
clothes.
so let's back up. So who was
Yeah.
saying he had blood on the front of him? Who said that?
Yeah. That's what the news and everything like that said after the fact, but that wasn't true. I didn't see that.
He had nothing on the front of him.
No.
And he had a
Maybe
white
little
tee.
bit from his hand, but that's
Right.
it.
And what was Eddie acting like?
I think he was just in shock and, he had just gotten jumped, so he didn't know kind of what to do. I mean, he's a 15-year-old kid.
Right. So then your grandpa says, "Hey, you got to go down to the hospital and get this checked out, kid. You got stabbed up."
Yeah.
And your uncle took him down there, right?
Maybe that's what it was. Maybe I'm confusing it. Maybe my uncle had taken him to the hospital. That's probably where it is. Okay.
Yeah. Your uncle took him there.
Okay. I know
So-
he had gotten into a car with my uncle at some
So
point.
when did you find out? When at that point, when did you find out that they're looking at? Did you hear rumblings? Now you find out. When did you find out that she was murdered? Like, do you remember when you found out the news when
Yeah,
they said
I
that
mean,
Janet was murdered?
Shortly after we arrived back, I mean, everybody was talking about it. There were people standing all around. I was talking to Gina. I know,
Did you see
Gina
Adi
was
there?
just- I did. He came
So
up.
what? Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yep, he came. Me and Gina was standing there just talking, and he had come up, and he was kind of freaking out a little bit because he had lost his keys. And I remember Gina kind of saying, like, "What do you mean you lost your keys?" And he said they were in the backyard. And then I remember Gina asking him, "How did you hear about this?" Because like it's not. It just happened. Why are you here? You know what I mean, kind of thing. And he said, "Oh, I heard it over my cab radio."
So you were there. You were
And-
present. You were present for that.
Yep. And then Artie also looked like he was just like fresh, like he didn't just get out of work. His hair was neat. His hair was brushed.
What can you tell me about his hair? How long was his hair? James, do me a favor. Go down the camera for a second. Show your hair for a second, James. Did he have long hair like James? Like, was his hair long like James? Like, James, come down, will you? Could
His
you?
hair was probably like 2-3 inches long, I'd say.
You don't want to show your hair, James? All of a sudden, you're camera shy.
I'm sorry, I'm using my phone. No, I'm trying to do two things here. So
I'm trying to
was his
understand.
hair-
I'm
Did he
trying to
have?
bring
Did he have
your
a
head down.
mullet? Did he have?
Not
Did
a
he have the
buddy,
straight hair,
did
the
he have-
fade?
No, listen, buddy. Will you calm down? I'm asking to see your hair, bro. Just bring your hair to the camera. Was it long like that?
I can't really see that. That's
You
dark.
can't see? It's dark? Okay.
Yeah. I mean, he had longer hair, inches
Did he-
long. Normal. Yeah.
Did he wear a hat? Did you ever see Artie in a hat?
He wasn't wearing a hat that night. No, he was not.
So you don't know how, so his hair wasn't long. It was like just because then your mom said like a week later she seen him and his head was shaved. Do you remember that? Like when you seen him after his head was buzz cut? Do you remember that?
I
any
didn't
chance?
personally see him, but I heard that that's what happened.
I'm just trying to understand how long his hair was. That's all. So, but you seen him, his hair was combed. He looked fresh. Everybody else, and what did everybody else look like? It was hot outside, so everybody else
It
was
was
just
hot,
like,
yeah, and everybody was kind of disheveled. My hair was pulled back. Everybody, it was in the 90s. It was a really hot day,
and he looked like he got out the shower.
hmm
Wow.
And we only had a conversation for a few minutes, and then he went off with one of our neighbors to go smoke weed.
So that's what he did. He went with one of your neighbors to go smoke weed. So, but now keep in mind, Carol and Janet are sisters.
They are, yeah.
So let me ask you this. Carol lived in that house with Janet. What can you tell me about Carol, and what can you tell me about Artie, who lived right across the street from you? How long did they live in that house for?
It wasn't a long period of time. I don't remember the exact time period. But I know Carol and Janet had a very close relationship. I know Janet wasn't too thrilled with Artie.
You
What
knew
was,
that? You knew that? Go ahead.
Yes.
Go ahead, J.F.K.
My thoughts were what was the resemblance of the sisters? Were they, Janet and her sister? Did they look alike? Did they both have short hair? I mean, did they kind of stylish alike, or?
They both had pretty short hair for women. I mean, Carol's was probably more shoulder length. They were sisters. I don't think they looked so much alike.
Okay.
Carol was bigger than Janet. Janet was very thin.
Yeah, Janet weighed like 115 pounds, right?
Yeah, very tiny.
And what would you say Carol weighed, if you could guess?
I don't know, 170, 180. I don't know.
Oh, wow. So she was a little bit bigger. So so now what can you say? Like, was Artie what was his demeanor like when you seen Artie, when he seen, you girls are young girls, you're teenagers, like you usually pick out the creeps, right? Would you say he was a
Yeah.
creep?
I just stayed away from him. I didn't really. He was creepy, yeah.
He
And-
was.
Yeah, and he always tried to make jokes, and they were just weird. And
What type of jokes did Artie make? We want to hear them. Were they funny?
Comedian.
I don't remember.
was a-
He just tried to be the funny guy, and he wasn't.
Like what
From
type of
there.
what type of jokes? Like sexual jokes towards the younger girls?
No. Just trying to. I don't know, like
Trying to catch
not
Artie up.
sexual jokes. No.
Okay. All right. No, I'm just wondering.
Yeah, you were.
Well, you said creepy, so I mean that
Yeah, he was
would
just
make
he's
the
weird
one
looking,
thing.
and he'd like stare, and I know Paul told me that Janet didn't like him, and she'd do anything for Carol, but she wasn't too hot for him.
What did
She
Paul
did
think
more
of
for
what
her
did
sister,
what did Paul think of Artie? Did Paul like Artie? And did Artie know about Paul's little relationship he had with these two gentlemen? Did he ever
I think there was very few of us that knew about Paul's relationship. I
Do
was
you
one of them. A couple of people at work. Most people didn't know about it.
do you think Artie knew?
I don't think so. No.
Okay. All right. And so now this goes down. You find out she got murdered, but now you saying that you found out she got murdered on the scene. You said when you pulled up, people were talking about her. So Gina, they found out like it was already leaked out, so to speak, that she got stabbed to death. Like, what was like the cause of death? Like, I know you're a young girl, but what are you
Yeah.
hearing in that moment? If you remember, and if you can speak
Yeah.
to it, I don't want to put you on the spot, but in that moment in time, was everybody crazy? Like, I can't believe she got stabbed. Who would kill her? Who would do this? Because if that's the case, then Adi's looking for a key, right?
Right.
Paul Jr. He's on the sidewalk sobbing. You don't know what's going on. You just came from the beach. You just wanted to live your best life. Eddie just came back home. Well, is on his way back home with the police because he just got stabbed. So in that moment in time, there's a lot going on, a lot of moving pieces. Like, so do you remember who mentioned that she was murdered or she died? Like, did that come up?
Yeah, I think it was probably one of my parents that told me. They didn't really go into graphic detail about it. They just said, that Janet had passed and she's not, she died. She
That
was
night.
attacked. Yeah.
Do you remember how long after though? Like, was it shortly after, a couple hours after? Like, how long after did you guys think you hung out in the neighborhood? Did you guys call it a night after
No,
11?
everybody was there for hours.
For hours. So you were out.
Yeah.
So what do you think? You was out there till like 2 a.m.
I think I probably stayed out there probably till maybe midnight.
And you wasn't with Paul? Paul didn't come join you at that point?
No, they had taken him away. His father had come and they had taken him away.
What can you tell me about Paul Sr.? What's he like? What was he like? Was he a scary guy, good guy? What was he like being his son's best friend?
I know him and Paul didn't really like going over to his house and he didn't really like going with him. I remember him a little bit when I was a kid, but I didn't really have a lot of interaction with him because he wasn't living there anymore,
But he did live there when you was growing up, though. You said you grew up with
for
him.
a little while. For the first couple of years. I don't remember what year they got divorced, but I didn't have a whole lot of interaction with him. I know there's lots of stories that I've been told about him, but I didn't have a lot of interaction with him, I'll be honest.
So you guys stayed out there, say at about 2 a.m. We'll just say 1 a.m., 2 a.m. You guys are in shock.
Yeah.
Paul
Yep.
leaves with Paul Jr. and Ryan leaves with Dad, Paul Sr. But when do you think now? Now they clear out, right?
Mhm.
Was there still crime tape and police presence at that house?
Yes. When I went in the house, there was, yes.
I know Kevy Kev got a question about that. Go ahead, Kevy Kev.
Yeah, I mean, did you ever witness like a crime scene cleanup? Like after the investigation was over, did they send in the people with the white suits and did they clean everything up for them, or did they have to go back and do it themselves?
I don't know. We had news people on our porch every day. I had people chasing me if I would go outside. I don't remember. I just tried to stay in the house and not really go anywhere so I wouldn't be chased by news people, to be honest.
Let me ask you a question. Here's a question from Becky. This is a pretty good question, right? So Becky comes in. She says, does she know what Paul's boyfriends look like? I'm wondering if they match the description of the two people that jumped Eddie. Was they Spanish and black, the two people he was messing with?
I've been waiting to ask that question.
No, they were not. Were they Hispanic or black or that descent?
No, they were not.
They were not. Okay. All right. Good question. Good
Could
question.
they have resembled Eddie in the dark?
From what earlier.
Hold on a second. Sorry, Kevy Kev. What'd you say, Jay?
I said, could Paul's boyfriends resembled Eddie in the dark, like from a distance?
I wasn't there. I couldn't tell you.
No, I'm saying that by knowing these guys who worked at Service Merchandise.
Right.
Well, Eddie was at that time. Eddie was what, like 6 feet? Was these guys 6 feet at all? Did they have?
No, they were not. They were probably like 5'7".
Yeah. So that's a no. That's a strong no, Jay. Brilliant. But good question for sure. You want to say anything else, Kevy Kev? I know you're into the house. So the crime scene's there, that there's a strong police presence. And Adi said, I'll just lay it down for you, Kevy, and I'll let you grab the mic.
Yeah. No,
Adi says he went in the house to grab kittens. Did they let anybody in the house? Right, Kevy? Kev, you want to take it from there?
Yeah, I mean, he stated that about 4 hours after, everything they all had dispersed, he was allowed to go in the house and get, the cat box and a couple kittens. And, I just find that odd,
Me
I
too.
know, I
I'm
know
sorry.
talking to I know people in the neighborhood were talking and that, Gina had told me that she had been able to walk into the crime scene after they knew it was a crime scene. So, people were just walking around everywhere. I mean, I don't think they kept a great crime scene. I wasn't there. I'm not a police officer. I don't know how to secure a crime scene, but it sounds to me like they didn't do a proper job.
So
Mm.
um so in the following days after this incident,
Let's say let's before you ask that, and I don't mean to
no,
dismiss you. I'm not
do
dismissing you.
your thing.
I'm just trying to stay right in that pocket.
Yeah.
So that night, that night, let's just stay on that night for a second. The crime scene tape is up. Now you stayed out there the rest of that night. Now you see Adi a lot, right? So Adi's hanging out with you guys. Well, he went in the house, right? You said.
He went down to Gina's house. I didn't really see him after I had that conversation.
Did you
with him,
see?
'cause
Did you see a tow truck tow his car away? Did you see
I
that?
did not see that. No.
Okay. All right. So go ahead, Kev. I'll let you pick it up after that. Go ahead.
No, I just, I mean, it's, how I'm taking it is that, since that night, I mean, the friendship between you and Paul and the brother, that was it, huh?
I did see Paul one time after that. We were still talking for probably a week after everything. And I did go over and visit him at his uncle's house in Arlington. Just to see how he was doing, because not everything had played out at that point. And he was just very distraught, very quiet. It was a short visit. He had just he was upset about his mother, and that's kind of what he was talking about. He was talking about the funeral and if I was going to be there and all that. Everybody was going to be there.
So let's back up just a little bit, right? I'm trying to stay right in that pocket, the day to the day after. Before I go, John, let me swing it around the room. James Jackson, you got anything you want to say?
No, just back to what Kev said. I think that would be, I mean, we've seen a lot of crime scenes, but I think that would not be a normal gesture to have somebody walk in a crime scene to go get some kittens. I mean,
so let me
that's
say
just
this.
wild.
So now your uncle goes to the hospital and they take Eddie's blood and then they come back to the house. So you're there when Eddie comes back from the hospital, right?
Yes.
So when they come back from the hospital, did they say to you, "Oh, these people think Eddie did it," or like they took his blood? Did you have any idea that the frame up was starting to take place?
No.
Did you see your dad acting funny? Did he go talk to your grandfather a little, to the side? Hey, I need to talk to your pops about something. Did you feel any energy? And what did Eddie do when he first got home? When he first got back from the hospital and he's all taped up and stitched up, did he hang out with you on the porch or did he go to bed? What did he do?
He came out for a little bit on the porch.
That was
and
a
then
good question.
Went in shortly after that. I think
So when he found out that Janet was murdered, what was his reaction?
I don't think he had any kind of reaction. He, just upset, shocked that it was Janet. Nothing out of the ordinary.
Well, he should have had a reaction. He's seen her.
And you've been in this house before, right? So you know where Adi. So you know where Adi stayed at, right? You could so where'd he stay, in the front room or something like that?
Yeah, the front room. Yeah,
So
the front living room, they turned it into a bedroom for him
So
out
you
there.
so you used to hang out there. What did you do when you went to the house? What did you do? You watched the Cosby Show. What did you do? Watch BET, MTV. What was your vice?
We kind of went
Nickelodeon. What was
upstairs and played video games in Paul and Ryan's room on
it? You
the
play
third
and you
floor.
and did you? When's the last time prior to this happening? When's the last time you was in that house hanging out? Do you think was you in that house that day, the day
Yeah,
before?
no, probably a couple weeks before, a week before. You know what? We went out. We never were at home. We were either
Yeah.
working, we
Well,
were out of the house. You know, we didn't really hang out in the house. We would get everybody together. We'd go into Boston. We'd go up to the tower. We were just kids that wanted to always be out.
Yeah. Well, join the club.
Yep. Yep.
Right.
The good old
Right.
days.
The good old days. But
Yeah.
this is my point. I was trying to land the question. So when you did go to the house, say for him to get dressed before you guys, he had to, do his hair, take a shower, and you just was waiting for him or whatever, things that friends do, right? Go ahead, get dressed, eat something, whatever. Did you never seen a little kitten didn't come up to you?
I don't remember ever seeing a kitten.
You never seen a little kitty?
I'm allergic to them, so I hate them.
She's allergic. And you never, when you went in the house, you never started sneezing like, hey, do you got a cat in this fucking house?
No, no.
Well,
So
I
usually,
never seen a cat.
Never
know,
seen a cat. Okay.
and a question that got brought up, between me and JFK, because we've been kind of talking, behind the scenes, and we asked each other some questions, and then we both clicked on it and said, kittens hide. I mean, especially with all the commotion that went on earlier that night, these kittens would have been hiding.
This
So
dude
now,
loves
if
cats.
Adi goes to this scene to collect the
Kevin
kittens,
Yeah, he does.
he's going through the whole
Those
fucking house.
animals.
Yeah.
He's looking for him. He's looking under beds.
Well, if the kitties were anything like Mickey, they might have bit his hand and pulled him.
That's what
Mickey
and that
did.
was another.
It's not Mickey,
Now
though, it's
we're
Joshua.
finding out that there weren't cats.
Yeah,
it was
this was
dogs.
early.
I mean,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Did you hear that part when the cop said he went in the house and the dog walked over to him and bit his hand and pulled him to Janet? Did you see that? Did you read that? It was kind of like embellished a little bit. I don't know. That's just my point of view. But maybe the dog did it. Maybe it was a super dog. I don't know. But
a service dog, man. Hey,
Super
good on
dog.
a service dog.
Could
God
have been
damn.
underdog.
yeah,
Yeah.
Goddamn underdog.
yeah.
So think about it,
now-
right?
Go ahead, Jay. Sorry, buddy. Go ahead.
Artie said he went in to get the cats. There was no cats. And then there's kitty litter in a bag hanging in her house. That's just a little funny.
Yeah, what was up? So there's no cats, but there's kitty litter hanging in the house. So obviously that has to strike her even crazier when it happened because there's no fucking cats. Like, so who the hell? What's he doing with this kitty? Like, where'd the kitty litter come from? It wasn't even her kitty litter.
Yeah, what's this kitty? What's this kitty shit?
I don't know. There's a kitty on your shoulder. There's a kitty on your shoulder.
They found
James
kitty
Jackson.
litter hanging. they found kitty litter hanging in her house months prior to her the situation that happened. And then he says that he went in to get the kitty litter and the kitties, but there's no kitties in the house ever.
Yeah, and he said that he did.
There's no.
Well, he said that. Let's be clear, James Jackson.
no-
I don't.
Go ahead,
James
sorry.
Jackson is just learning about this. So 4 hours later, James
Yes, I
Jackson.
am.
He's saying 4 hours later. He's saying he went into a murder scene to get the kitties.
Right.
And we're hearing that there's no kitties, but there was a golden retriever, which means I don't even know. Would you want kitties around a golden retriever? I don't know. I know they're pretty looking dogs, but dogs are dogs. They might eat a cat. I don't know, right? I'm just saying. And you're saying you never seen kitties, and you were there a week prior, and you never seen a kitty. So I don't know about these kitties. And then there was kitty litter. Gina said, I don't want to confuse the audience, but Gina said that when she was afraid of Adi, weird things were happening in her house, and someone hung kitty litter in her house, like some weird like thing. And she was like, "What's up with this kitty litter?" Kitty poop was in the kitty litter, like hung up, like just something weird in her. Where that happened? Where was it, Jay? Yeah, it was in a bag, Jay. You want to add to
I'm
that?
pretty sure it was in the basement. That's what I recall.
Now that was another question that I would when Adi would show up at the house. I mean, being a neighbor, walking maybe walking by the house on your way up to the towers or whatever. would his car be naturally parked on Hamlet Street? Did he like use the back side of the house to gain entry, or was
Nobody
he pretty
parked over
frequent
there,
to
no.
walk right in the front?
Yeah, nobody parked on Hamlet Street. Everybody parked on Boston Street because it was a kind of
Not
a
if you're a
narrow
cabbie.
street. It would be a narrow street because you'd get hit because two
Right.
cars are always trying to go on. No
And he
one would
can't-
park on Hamlet.
And he can't park. And he can't. Well, hold on. He can't park that cab on that street because if he did and it got hit, he'd be in deep shit, right? So
Yeah.
that was a one night thing, right? That was an urgent thing. It seems like if he parked there, he was risking to get hit. But hey, maybe he had other plans. We don't
You know what? I
Let's
got one
just-
question just
go ahead,
to,
go ahead,
just
go
to
ahead.
ask real quick. I recently have been up to 71 Boston Street, and I walked around the house, and I noticed that there's like there's fencing around the front yard. Was
Mhm.
that ever a driveway?
Where the fence. There's only been one driveway over near
And
the
that's
second
to the left
apartment.
side, the left
Yeah,
side of
that's
the
it.
duplex.
Correct.
Is that where Janet normally parked her car, or
Yes.
is it like a double driveway?
Yep.
And do you remember Janet's car parked in the driveway that night by any chance? When you pulled up or when you were sitting on the porch all through that night, did you notice her car was in the driveway?
I don't remember, to be honest.
You don't remember? Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So okay. So now the next day.
That's where she always parked. She never parked anywhere else.
But you didn't notice. You don't know.
It was
if
on the
there
street that night.
No, I don't remember.
It was on the
Yeah.
street.
So
Gina showed me where it
little
was
brother
that night.
Ed comes
I went
home.
to see her
Eddie,
the day.
and Eddie, Eddie,
You
I
seen
know
it in the video.
the crazy part about it is the
Yeah.
thing
It
about
was a
state
Honda
prison
Accord.
is they know everything before you know it. So I'm sure
Mhm.
he's gonna hear all about this. So Eddie, what's up, man? How you doing, man? Hold your head up, buddy.
Eddie.
Peace out, Ed.
Yeah.
Hey,
Yeah,
hey,
keep your head
right?
up.
This-
Keep
they
your
know
head up,
everything.
man.
I don't know how they know, but they know everything. He
I
probably
talked
knows.
to him today.
Yeah, he knows everything, right?
Yeah.
But anyway, I'll tell you this. So now here we go. Eddie comes outside. He's hanging out with you. Everybody's somber. You just found out, and you don't see Adi after that. Adi goes in the house with Gina. He's smoking weed, and that's it. You never see him after that.
Not with Gina, with Danny, but yeah.
With Danny. So who's Dan? Danny's her daughter.
Hmm.
So how old was Danny?
My age, same age.
She was 17, and he was how old?
I think he's in his 30s. You know.
Did you find that? Did you find that weird that
Yeah.
he was next to her at 17?
Yeah, that's weird.
Oh, God. damn.
He was just a weird dude.
Oh, shit.
And you know what? It's like over the years, he's harassed my family.
Yo, hold
he
up.
stalks everybody on Facebook. He's just.
Jeannie,
I
I'm
blocked
sorry.
him.
I'm new to. I'm new. This is my second time here up on the. I'm not new to the streaming, but I'm new to this.
Case.
Situation. Case. I mean, I've known about Eddie for years, but
For years.
so Artie came up here. What, Jay? Like 2-3 shows ago,
like four-
Artie
yeah,
came
four
up
shows,
here.
yeah.
I think he was the first one that
All
we
right.
got on there.
First one up here. First one up here. First one to go in the chat and fight with the chat. And first one to come in with a different name. Allegedly. This is what I'm just reading like different comments in the chat. So Artie, if you're out there, that doesn't look good, my man, when you're doing stuff like that. We've all blocked
So he
him.
was with
He
Dan.
makes
So he
new
was.
names.
So who was? So Danny, and then she had There's an older sister though that was 22, right?
I don't know who was there. Either Tara or Pixie could have been there at that
So
point.
if
Yeah.
you were gonna, so he was more attractive. If you was in that space and time, from your perspective, your POV, was he more targeted at the 17-year-old versus the 22-year-old? Like who was he interacting with more?
I would say Danny because he went with Danny. I talked to Danny after, and she said, yeah, she had smoked a joint with him. I don't know who else was there. She didn't mention if anybody else was there.
So what was Danny's POV of after she found out? So after you found out that now when it comes out, so let's just go to the next day. The next day happens, right? And now Ryan calls your house and he actually talks to your brother. And your brother says, "I'm sorry for your loss," right? And they're talking. And then did you talk to Paul Jr. the next day? Did he talk to you?
Yeah, it was either the next day or the day after. I don't really remember the exact time. And we had talked and we said, "Hey, can I come visit you?" And then I went over to his uncle's house in Arlington and I visited him.
So what can you tell us about the three people who knocked on the door? Can you break down their names? The ones that knocked on the door, and it was Mako, right?
Marco,
Gavi,
John Garvey, and John Fitzpatrick.
John
Was it
Fitzpatrick. What? So them three kids. What were their relationships with Ryan, Paul Jr., and your brother? What was their? Who hung with who? Were they all just friends, or like were they more cool with your brother, more cool with little Ryan, or more cool with Paul Senior? I mean Paul Jr.
It was more me and Paul and other people, and then like Ryan, John, and Garvey and Ed hung around because they were younger. They were a year younger or two than us, a couple of years younger than us. Ryan hung with them, even though him and Paul were twins, and Paul hung mostly with me and Colleen, and that was
Colleen.
really people from around the neighborhood and other friends that we had. But
So-
yeah, the boys mostly stuck with the boys. Those boys mostly stuck together.
So now Mako, a couple of days later, within 48 hours, he calls up your house and he says he needs to see your brother or something like that, right? And he actually comes to your house. Did that happen? Mako come to your house and they have a conversation out in the backyard?
I
Can
don't
you speak to
recall
that?
I wasn't
don't recall.
involved with that. I can't answer to that.
So Mako allegedly.
So
the-
someone in
the-
the
so Mako says what? Mako what?
somebody in the chat they were trying to correct the names. Mako
That's okay.
Abreu.
Yeah, that's fine.
Seth.
That's fine.
Was there
Yep.
a kid named Seth?
He was in their group, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so they're saying it's Mako, Seth Dion, and John Fitzpatrick.
Yeah.
Oh,
But
that was
Mako,
the three of them. Okay.
yeah, it's a group of friends. It's all good,
Yeah.
right? And thank you, chat, for helping us out. But
Hey, can
the
I
point
ask you a
is,
question real quick?
go ahead.
What uncle did he go? Did you go to in Arlington to see him at? Was that Artie's or
Janet's
no?
brother. Janet's
Oh, all
brother.
right.
So Mako comes to the house, right? Allegedly comes to your house. You wasn't there for that when he came to your house?
I don't remember that happening, so I can't answer to that. I'm not gonna,
Yeah, and then allegedly, right? He goes back there and he tells your brother that I seen you jumping out the bushes, and then your brother says it's impossible. You didn't see me. That's impossible. You don't remember that? You can't
No.
speak to that.
I can't speak to that.
Okay. So what happens now? Tell me the process when the cops come to your house and actually arrest your brother. What was that like? Was you there for that?
I was. They had come with a search warrant and they just started going through the house. They destroyed the whole house. They ripped everything apart. No need to do that, but they did it. It was scary. I was
I
17
mean,
years
that's what
old.
they do.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what they do, James. We know that. Yeah. So go ahead. So so
A
you're
woman. I'm sorry, a woman. To get murdered like that, I would expect them to do more. At that point,
so
ripping up mattresses.
so
Really,
2 weeks. So hold on.
that
So
ain't
let's
shit.
just let's stay in pocket. So what happens? What happens now? What a month before that, 2 months before that, there was a woman, a 17-year-old girl. Her name was what was her name that passed away?
Deanna Cremens.
Deanna Cremens, right? So that was 2 months
Yes.
prior. What was the neighborhood like when you found out something close to your neighborhood? A young girl, especially your age, got found murdered.
It was sad. I know my mom had just had my sister, one of my youngest sister, Megan. She had just had her in the hospital, and they were talking about a 17-year-old girl from Somerville. And I know my mom told me that she was scared that it was me. She didn't know,
Wow.
But we did go to high school
Damn.
together.
So you knew her?
I knew of her. I was not friendly with her.
Okay. So the police come to your house. Your mother got a 2-month-old baby, and you have a 2-year-old sister too, right? So your mother's got a baby on her arm, a little
Yeah.
2-year-old running around. They just take Eddie. They come right in. They cuff Eddie right up, and they take him out. And you're watching all this. That must have been traumatizing, right?
Yeah.
Damn.
Okay, so
Would
now
like to
you,
go through it again.
Wow.
yeah. So I'm just trying to
Wow.
take. I'm trying to go back the 30 years with the 95 to get to the mindset of what. So of what
That's
was
a
going
lot.
on.
Jay, yeah.
Yeah.
You just brought it back. That's a lot, Jeannie, and God bless you for what you've been through and everything you're going through and how you've got through it. I commend that.
So now he gets arrested. Your parents are like, they got to get a lawyer. He's being charged with the crime, and now right off the bat, did you reach out to Paul Jr. and be like, hey, what's going on? Why are you saying my brother did this? And what do you mean? And what's going on? Did you reach out and try to figure out who's spreading this rumor, who's saying this, and why, and what?
No
Like,
contact after that.
no contact at all.
Nope.
Were you
Nope.
told not to be in contact with him, or you
fast.
just
Yep.
were you told not to be in contact, or you just didn't be? They
It
just
just
didn't want
didn't
to.
happen after that. I didn't. I was told, we just never called. I never called him. He never called me after that. I assume my parents probably didn't want me to call him just because of
Right.
everything that was going on, but it just stopped right then
JFK
there
and I
that day.
talked.
Hold on, James. Let's
We
stay on the
talked about.
timeline. Let's stay on the
Yeah, I was
timeline.
staying. I was, but
Let me just, and I don't mean to
I
be
was just
rude. I'm
gonna
just
go
trying
ahead.
to.
Yeah.
I got some questions, bro. So, now, he gets arrested, right? And the family's in an uproar. They rip out the house. He's in DYS. This never happened to your family. You got a little baby in the house. Everybody's going crazy. What was the energy like in the house? How'd you feel about it? Like, and you had to go to school, right? I mean, no, you was on vacation, but that how was it like in the neighborhood when you left your house? Did you see these people? Like, what was people saying to you? Were they looking at you funny? People asking you questions when you went to the corner store? You had to go to Service Merchandise where you worked, right? And was he still working with you at that time?
Yeah, I had taken some time off just because of everything, and I can remember an incident where I had gone in and he was working the register, and I had gone to the other one, and another employee had come up to
What a
him
weird
and
situation.
said, oh, don't worry, she's here, and blah blah blah.
Yeah, it is.
So you guys were working in Service Merchandise during this space. How long were you working for during that space and time?
I ended up resigning shortly after that because it was just too awkward.
So you seen him in there and he wouldn't talk to you?
No,
So when you seen him, you guys are best friends and he won't talk to you.
no.
You didn't do anything.
Yo, that
Right.
Go ahead. I'll
that
pass
was
it
my
around the room.
question.
I'll open up the questions. That was your question, James? Go ahead.
No, my question was, so who told you to stop talking to him? Because was it police? Was it
No,
authority? Was it
we already asked her that question. She said it just happened that way. She answered it already, James.
it just okay, so it just happened that way and
Yeah.
but yet you guys still work together. That must
Yeah.
have been
Yeah, I resigned
I mean, they
shortly
could- they
after. It
couldn't-
was just too awkward.
Yeah, sorry about that. I mean, it's like
Yeah.
JFK just
James
said.
is on one.
You didn't do anything.
I'm trying to tell
Right.
James to
From
chill. I'm
what it
like, James,
sounds
man,
like,
you
Your
come on,
brother
man.
gets arrested.
James
They
ain't
must
believing it.
notify his family, and
James
say,
is like, what do you
"Listen, we
mean you didn't
have a
talk?"
potential suspect, or we think we found." That's what their move is next. They want to approach the family, the victim's family, and they want to say, "Hey, listen, we solved it." So I mean, I can see that it just that's devastating.
And even Service Merchandise, someone had changed the flyers to come to my parents' house to say like murderer on it instead of like the family name.
Oh, really?
And yeah, and I
Wait a minute, so
worked
at
there.
your
I
house-
knew how to. Huh?
So rewind that. Can you say that one more time? They did what?
They changed the flyers. Service Merchandise used to send out flyers, and we could go into the system and we could change names and change addresses and such right there at the store if you're an associate. And someone changed it to like murder on Boston Street, 74 Boston Street. And then it got sent to my parents and it had that on there. The reason I
That's
found
crazy.
out about it was the person who got fired for doing it. I had seen her a couple months after everything had happened, and she said, I just want to let you know I didn't change it. I didn't do it. Someone used my ID, went in there and changed it, and I just wanted to let you know that I didn't do it, and I'm sorry. and she had approached me because she had gotten a job at the store next to it, which was, I think, Star Market at the time. I think it's Shaw's now. And I had seen her because I had gone down to the store to get some stuff, and she just pulled me aside and she was crying, and she just wanted to let me know that she wouldn't do that to my family. So
So were they back in the house
Jeannie, is
shortly
that
after
on
that?
Beacon Street?
no, in Twin City and on 28
Oh,
in
Twin City, where the
Cambridge.
Marshalls is? Where the
Yeah,
Marshalls is now?
Marshalls
With the
is actually
Marshalls.
where Service Merchandise used to be.
James loves Marshalls, huh?
So let me
Oh,
ask you this: Were
Jesus.
they living with? So how long after Janet's death were the boys back in that house? Were they back in there? Did Paul move back in the house? Like how'd that work? Was Kerry back in the house?
No, they never really went back there.
So you never seen them at that house after that? Who'd you see over there?
I think it was vacant for a while.
Really? Did you see
yeah.
Adi? Did you see Adi after that by any chance? Like look and see
Yeah, he
Adi?
used to drive around. We'd see him driving around. Carrie would come around, just walk and sit in front of the house.
Did you talk to Kerry? Kerry, did she talk to you?
No.
Did Janet own the house?
Yes.
Yes,
Yeah.
she did. She and got it in the divorce.
So who would have been left to then? Who was the oldest at the time?
I was a kid at that point. I have no idea. I don't know who it got left to.
So you're working. So when do you think you resigned Service Merchandise? Would you say August, September, October? How long after you think?
Probably a month or two after.
And what was your family going through? Did you see your mother stressing out? Like what?
Yeah,
What was
everybody
what?
was on high stress. You know, it was a very stressful time. You know, little kids at home.
Did
My
you go
grandfather
visit?
was sick. He was dying of cancer.
Right.
It was very stressful.
Very stressful. I'm sorry. I'm sorry about your grandpops too.
You know,
So
can I? Oh, sorry.
let me just lay one more question. So when you
Yeah.
first, when's the first time you went to go visit Eddie in DYS? Do you remember what that was like?
I visited him in Cambridge. Yeah, at the jail, the old jail there in Cambridge.
That was
It was
after though, right?
Uh,
That was like what, like a year after?
I'm trying to
You didn't see
remember.
you
Oh,
didn't
God.
see you didn't see him like in that space and time. Did you go up
Oh
to
yeah,
Plymouth?
there was like the plate. Yeah, there
Plymouth?
we did see him. I know my parents had taken us to see him at certain times. You know,
Did you
probably pretty shortly after.
did you talk to him and ask him questions? Did you want to know if it was true? Like when you asked him, so
No, you
Eddie,
don't ever talk on the phone. You don't say anything on the phone.
well, I'm saying when you went to go visit him face to face, did you ask him?
Yeah, I mean, we talked about it, you know, but you know, he's my brother. No matter what it is, I love him and
Right.
I'll support him.
I get it. But what I'm trying to say
That's
is
not an
he
answer,
didn't
though.
say nothing for 2 weeks, right?
No, he didn't.
And
No,
That's not an answer,
now
bro.
when he didn't, so when it first initially happens,
doesn't
he's
sound
saying, "Hey,
convincing,
what are you
bro.
talking about?
man,
This had
definitely
nothing to
not.
do with me." And then he's getting arrested for it. And then you find out 2 weeks later, he says, "I was in the house." Did you at that point? Did you at any point? And you don't have to answer this if you don't want to. At any point, did you think that was suspicious?
No, because I think he was a scared kid.
You thought that in 1995?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So
I could
now
tell if someone was scared when I was 17. So
Yeah.
well, so Eddie, so you thought that you bought the whole story. So did Eddie have a knife collection? Was he into knives?
I didn't buy a whole story. It is the story.
No. I don't mean it like that. You know what I mean? Excuse me. I don't mean to say it
Yeah.
like that. Forgive me. I'm just
Yeah.
saying, like in that moment in time, right? You know what I mean? Because you don't know what happened at that point. You know what I mean? You don't know the oddies and all these things started coming to light after. At that particular time, nobody really knew what happened, right? And Eddie didn't say he was in the house, and then 2 weeks later he says he
Right.
was in the house. It kind of like whatever was going on with their political ways of this juvenile setup or whatever, like he was falling into that pocket by not saying anything, right?
Correct.
Right. So that's what I'm saying. So forgive me if if came off wrong, because I'm not trying to say he did anything. I'm just saying at that point, that's what made it so fishy, especially with the papers. They get to run with that story, right? He said he wasn't there. Now he's saying he was there, and it makes him look guilty, right? I mean,
They'll
that's
put
what it did.
whatever they want in the papers. I haven't watched the news since then. They will print and put whatever they want to make their story. You know, again, I don't watch the news. I haven't watched the news in 30 years because of it.
Yeah. So now Ed,
Papers. I haven't watched.
right? So that's what I'm saying. So happened, right? And Eddie didn't say he was in the house, and then
Buy a whole story. It is the.
he says I was in the house. Did you at that point? Did you at any point? And you don't have to answer this if you don't want to. At any point, did you think that was suspicious? You don't.
He's my brother. You don't ever talk on the phone. You don't say anything on the phone.
Well, I'm saying when you went to go visit him face to face, did you ask him?
Yeah, I mean, we talked about it, but he's my brother. No matter what it is, I love him.
Right.
And I'll support him.
I get it, but
that kind of is not a good answer right there. That's like, yeah, I talked to him, but regardless of what he did, I still love him.
Sometimes you got to go back.
Was to
to
go forward.
And that's why it's very imperative. You know what I mean? Like that's what I meant. Look at how long we just was on that video, and and I don't mean to hop on it, but you stopped me for that. And it's like, look at that. Like,
No, I
that's
get
something.
I get
That's
exactly
something.
where you're coming from.
You know what I mean? No, but me and you, we've been talking. They don't get it. Maybe I'll take responsibility to you. We got that text earlier. My antennas are up on everything right now. I'm a little fuzzy. I just want to get. I just want to start. We got Todd McGee coming on tomorrow. We're gonna have a great show with him. I want to believe more than anybody that Eddie didn't do this. I mean, it's the best story, right? Like that's great business for us, and I mean that with all due respect. Like, if that was the case, that no one ever wanted to talk about it, JFK, J. Brill got together, but it might not be the case. But then again, there's so many issues with him too. It's like in 15, he gets off the porch at 9:10. Where did he get the rage? How did he change his clothes? How did he get rid of the knife? How didn't they find the murder weapons?
You
There's
see,
so many different things with him.
That's where I'm a little stuck at it. Like, I don't see, like how you said about Ryan, 10 minutes. I don't see how anyone can do that in 5 or 10 minutes or even 15 minutes. I don't see that, but is it possible? Anything's possible, but it's just when we go back over certain things, we're gonna catch things like we just caught that answer. Like that wasn't really a promising answer for me, Like
Yeah,
if
well,
we
Michelle,
then,
Michelle's lining it up, saying that we said you don't have to answer it if you don't want to. Well, I think I laid it out for her. Like in that space and time, did you go see him? It's kind of weird that she right off the bat she said no. I seen him in Cambridge, which is which would be a year later. No, excuse me, it would be 2 years later. He was in Cambridge. So what about all that DYS time in Plymouth? That he was sitting in Plymouth. And you got to understand, you're talking about if you look at that right there, you can only go on an answer. I'm not saying like you guys can have your own opinions about that, but keep in mind, Paul was her best friend and Janet was her mother.
right.
Like you don't really see much remorse. But then again, it's 30 years later. You know what I mean? But it's kind of like I see Michelle say something. The only reason why I'm looking at Michelle because right off the bat they stopped talking. Right, the family stopped talking. Now Michelle said that Karen left that morning and was Karen Reed left that morning and acted funny. Well, it's because Peggy was accusing her, right? Right?
Yeah, you're right.
And she didn't want to talk to him no more.
Right. She felt like, oh, they
And
ain't gonna believe me.
everybody had a problem. Everybody had a problem with that. Everybody had a problem with that. The other side, and Michelle, unfortunately, is on that side. I don't know if she had a problem with it, but oh, why wouldn't she still talk to him? Why wouldn't? And she said that's how it is. That's her brother.
Right.
It's kind of two different things, but kind of like the same energy. I guess if you're being accused of something and you believe in that person, you kind of pick a side, right?
Yeah. It's definitely true, but you know,
It's weird though. They were at service merchandise. They didn't talk to each other.
after
But what
being
I mean
so
is, like, if he said these things, like I didn't do it, like what was the story? I didn't do it, but who did it? Like of all the things that they know now, like you knew Paul walked out of there acting fishy prior. Like the story of her saying he was acting different, pulled up to the street, he said this thing, and like if you know that,
right.
your brother's getting caught, and now she doesn't look like, to Jeannie's defense, she doesn't look like someone who wants any smoke with anybody. She seems like she minds her own business and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
But if you know that when you drove up the street, he already knew, saying my mother, my mother, my mother, and she was telling him, nah, maybe it's not your mother. It might not be your mother. Calm down. And she made sure she stressed that to us. Let's be clear. She
Right.
did.
She
You know what I'm
did.
saying? She did stress that. Michelle's saying, no, that ain't the way it happened, though.
She's
Michelle said,
saying,
no, not this Michelle. Michelle in the text.
oh, yeah. Right.
She's saying
And
it didn't happen that way. She said Big Ed came up to the window or something, right?
right. And told her that Janet was dead.
Mm. Who do you believe?
And her
I don't
mother
know.
wanted her to go home right away. That's what he told her.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know who to believe in that. Jeannie seems like she's telling the truth, but then again, if you know that he was acting funny and he was in that house to pull up What the Duck super chat, What the Duck, always holding us down. And What the Duck, I appreciate you, helping us navigate when we're hitting the turbulence and shit. You come in like an OG that you are. What the Duck broke it down right here. She said Paul came home at 8 o'clock, then went in the house. At 8:15, Virginia heard the banging. They left to go back to the beach at 8:30 and return home for the night at 11:15. Now, to add to that, if you remember when we talked to Adi said at 8:15, Virginia heard Ryan going down the stairs with the rollerblades. But Ryan was already gone, right?
He actually said it was Paul going down the stairs with the
Yeah.
rollerblades.
He said it was
was
Paul.
Ryan who had the rollerblades on.
So, but if Adi was in the house, to your point, and seeing Paul in the house, you know what I mean? What if Adi was already in that house?
And this is why I was talking to you about that today, because the timeline, everybody left around 7:30. No one
But
went
what
to
is
the
Adi
house.
doing in the house, though? What is he doing? Like, what could he possibly be doing downstairs in that basement, unless he's bagging drugs up? You would have to be bagging
He
up.
could have went there to get something, like you said,
And
and
obviously,
shot him.
he's got to be bagging up either heroin or coke, man. He can't be bagging up weed, man. That shit, he doesn't need to really be in the house for that. Like, you know what I'm
Right.
trying to say? Like, he could be
Do
in
that
the.
out of
He
your
could.
cab.
Yeah, you could do that out of your cab. It's weed. It's not even the same type of paranoia. I mean, although it was illegal back then, so you
It
are
was illegal.
scared.
You get arrested for a joint back
But
then.
you're way more. But you're way more scared doing coke selling.
Yeah.
it's class D versus class A. Like it's crazy, you know.
Yeah. Bless you.
Excuse me. Thank you. Yeah. Unless he was sitting in the house waiting for everybody to leave. You know what I mean? Like he's hiding in the house. Because Ryan mentioned, to Michelle's point, our girl Michelle, that someone must have been hiding in the house. So what if there was a plan between all three of them? Like we're gonna take her out, and like what if? Okay, what if? All right, since we want, let's go. What makes sense? This could make sense, right? Not because I'm saying it, but this could make sense. If Adi was in these boys' heads, right? Like, if we take your mother out, we get the house, and then I'll take over the house, and then it would just be us. You know what I mean? And the mother's cramping the style. If the mother's saying, "You like if she's 42 years old, if she's going through something where it's like, you kids are disrespectful, you don't care about me, da 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 da, da, you're gonna all go to foster homes," like
Carrying.
Carrie, you don't pick up after yourselves. She's constantly on top of them. One minute she's nice, next minute she's hot, she's cold.
And
Just
you got
some
to
other shit.
remember, they already said that Paul was already on the urge of getting to the DYS or whatever that is, or a Chin's
Right. So
petition.
if Paul thinks in his mind that if we let this happen to my mother, right? If
Mhm.
we let this happen to my mother, then you know it's happily ever after. We get the house. I get to be gay. I get to be with the two dudes for service merchandise. Ryan gets to live like you got to think about that. Like if there was some type of weird thing, because he got the letters from them too, and they say, "Oh, my uncle, my uncle, my uncle." Like, was this some
Right.
type of plan between the kids and him? Because the mother, because let's just say Adi gets kicked out, you know, and they kick out Carol, and like the family, like you said, is real friendly with Carol, like auntie, and she's like, she's just crazy, like, and he's in the house. Paul goes in, Paul knows he's in the house,
Hmm.
and that's why he made that face,
That's what I was
that
thinking. Like,
that
he
makes
thought
more
he
sense.
because he's seen someone in there. Like, oh
Right now,
shit.
and you've been saying that. Let's be clear, you've been saying that. Like I'm not saying anything. You had all these scenarios. But what I'm just trying to say now is I'm not trying to act like I made these up. This is some of the shit you've
No,
been
it's
saying.
just what we've been going off of.
But I'll tell you this, based on what Trisha said, making a call, that's the tough self to me. Like they made a call, like he did
Me too.
something, and then he made a call, like come through, clean it up. It sounds like maybe nothing happened, or something did happen, and like she's already done in, he was already there, something did happen. They talk about it and he leaves, and that's why he's looking crazy. And then like maybe she wasn't totally done in like that. Maybe he overkilled her like that because he wanted to throw off the death. You know what I mean?
And
Like
it
it was
goes back to my thing the other day. There was stab wounds after she was What is that called?
after she was
After she
dead.
was
Yeah.
already
So
dead, there was more cuts.
maybe they try to push it down the stairs or something. I don't fucking know. Like you know what I mean? Like they wanted to do it a different way, suffocate her or something, and then
How many stab?
it's
Didn't she have a stab wound in her back too?
yeah. I mean, it just seems like, you know what I mean? Like if they did because this would be premeditated,
Right.
obviously. So if it's premeditated, they got to think about the one big thing about a premeditated crime when we can't get caught, right?
Right.
Because the plan would be, if there is what's the motive? The motive is the house. The motive is that she kicked me out, she's kicking you out. Ryan, listen, you guys are about to be 18. You guys are done. She's about to sell this house. You guys are going to be living in Braintree with your dad. Like your life is fucked. Like everything that
And
you
they
got going
all
on
had
here,
violent histories with her.
and they got violent histories. You're doing it wrong. As soon as she figures out how to get rid of you, she's dumping you.
Hmm.
Question: What's up, Michelle? I got an answer. Does anyone know where Paul Sr. was at the time? Did he live nearby? I know where he is now. Oh, goddamn.
I think he was in wasn't he in Medford or something like that?
Becky says Adi made it a point to say that she wasn't stabbed after death on True Crime Garage when nobody asked to call him to confirm that. Why did that matter to him? I mean, unless Adi says, "Listen, I'm gonna be downstairs," but he didn't know. Paul didn't know he was going back. I mean, they went back to change the cars. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Maybe that's what happened. Maybe that wasn't the plan. Maybe like Paul was supposed to be. That's the thing. Paul wasn't supposed to be back, right? He
And
just
that's
ended
what
up back because.
Go ahead, sorry.
No, go ahead. What were you gonna say?
And that's why I was saying that's why he went in the house. He said he was getting something to eat. He probably was like, oh shit, what the fuck? Grabbed a lollipop real quick and went outside horrified. Like maybe he wasn't part of it. But then he knew about it, so he really couldn't say nothing because if it was Ryan,
But it makes
twins,
more sense. It makes more sense for like, listen, I want to exclude Paul because based on what Michelle says and based on how, not for nothing, Jeannie sounds like this was kind of fed to her a little bit, to be real
Mhm.
with you. I'm not saying that she's lying, but the whole thing about him driving up the street, it's my mother, it's my mother, it's my mother, like, it just fits the narrative. But then it's like, okay, well, if you knew that back in 1995 and you seen him in service merchandise and you had a chance to talk to him to clear your brother's name, who clearly didn't do it, wouldn't you want to get some information from this dude? The fact
Absolutely.
that you stayed away from him, you didn't know what to do. I feel like you're being pushed and pulled, and I hate to say Jeannie's a liar. I just think that maybe he did say, "Oh, I hope nothing happened to my mother," and now it's my mother, it's my mother. Like kind of like I don't know, man. It's I don't want to sound like she's being deceitful like on purpose. I just think that that became the story. I mean, if you've been telling it for so long, you can embellish a little bit. It kind of becomes a story, but you can't even embellish a little bit of something like this or
Not
even
at all, because
insinuate
they'll throw a
anything.
monkey wrench in it.
Yeah, it throws a monkey wrench, and that's what I mean. Like to get to the truth, you just got to say exactly the way it is. Like not the
Right.
what ifs, not the adjectives, like the shit Kev was saying earlier. Oh, he went in the house and can I get $20 for Kelly roast beef? Nah, go downstairs and make a sandwich. So he threw her down a fucking flight of stairs. He
Right.
called up Adi, the cleanup man, and said, "Hey, Adi, fucking, I just threw it down the flight. Come clean this up for me, Auntie." Yeah, no problem. You just threw your mother down a flight of stairs. We'll take care of it. Like that shit
Got
sounds
you.
crazy. It
Yeah.
sounds. I mean, you could say anything you want on a live stream when and people engage and start saying, "Hey, you're right, Kevy," but my biggest thing is how things age. So I'm
Right.
constantly thinking about how this is going to age. I don't want to be on the side of the person who had the craziest take on it. And then something comes out later and it's like, hey, remember you said this right here? And
Yeah.
it's like, nah, I always want to be on record that, I always try to take my time with this situation and already had, and looked at it from a POV. I mean, is it a situation where it's like he was, you know, them three, Paul, Ryan, Carol, them four, even if Carol,
Yeah.
maybe Carol
Wasn't
was
close.
slighted.
He
Maybe
knew.
I mean, if Carol was living there and Carol, they were making money and now Carol's life is messed up. The same, like the things they were doing, they were going out to eat in the North End, they were hanging out. Now he's like, they're not living the same in Malden, they're living in this small spot. Adi's what, they're not in Somerville. Adi used to walk to work from there. Now he's got to take a train. Like, like
Yeah.
whatever it might be, maybe that was the first thought. Like, hey, we get in with the kids. The kids sign the shit. That they get the house. They sign it over to us. We become the kids' supervision. They're gonna say they want us to be them, not their dad. And then we got the house. We got this, and we live happily ever after because she's a fucking maniac. I mean, was
Hmm.
that some sick shit? Like, was that the motive? The house? Because didn't we hear before him say that she wants me to have her car in the house.
The
Wasn't that
car,
like
the house for the kids to live in, and all that.
that's something to think about. That's something
That's
to
motive
explore.
right there.
Yeah. Well, man,
But
it's 3 in the morning. It's 3 in the morning. Tomorrow's the big day, 6 p.m. Got a big live stream with Todd. We're gonna break it all down. We're gonna bring it to Todd, man. We're gonna see what he says.
yeah,
We're gonna ask him questions like how do they go investigate? Is it a possibility that they they did investigate Adi and they gave him a pass and they like how do they do process of elimination? Like
right.
how did they exclude Adi? In his opinion, how do you think they went about it? Or did they mess up excluding Adi? And like that's a mess up. Obviously, in the court of law, when you look at it on paper, it's a mess up. But is there an explanation for it? And does he think there's an explanation for it? Kind of like what I said, like, okay, listen, why are you lurking around like this? Why were you there? What were you doing? Why'd you rush back? Why didn't you go to the hospital with your wife if that's what happened or whatever? And he told him the truth. And he went in there and he took the drugs out and he gave them to Riley. And I could picture Riley saying, all right, listen, I'm not gonna fucking charge you because Janet's dead. I got a bigger fish to fry, but you're gonna
Right.
tell me who the fuck gave me these drugs. I could picture Riley being and because Riley was on his side so much. It's a
Yeah,
tragedy. Like, how do you know he didn't do it?
exactly. When he stood up in that press conference and you threw an innocent man, he's if you looked into him, he might have not been innocent. He
Unless
might have
he
not been guilty, but he definitely is not innocent.
and so the only explanation is that he targeted the 15-year-old and it's straight corruption and Eddie's
You see,
1000% innocent, or he actually
listen,
investigated Eddie and
what I was
realized
thinking
how
about earlier, if he did target Eddie, and this is allegedly like a total speculation, just thought in my head, because if you think about it, it was a boy in a man's body, so he would fit the crime perfect for
no, yeah, you always
that.
said that too.
You know what I'm saying? Because
No, it's
he was
perfect.
he was a big boy, like a man in a kid in a man's body. So he definitely had the advantage over a 5'2" or 5'4". I think she was 5'2" woman. So it's like
Yeah, but my thing is, and I
that
get
was the
that.
perfect candidate for that charge to get pushed through.
Yeah, but he didn't do no favors, man. Like just the story of lying, being in there saying he was scared and this and that. Like, and I'm not saying he wasn't scared.
Right. And then you think his grandfather was the police chief. Wouldn't he have any pull in it?
And you think that might have not made him scared if his father's the police chief. God, I mean, his grandpop's kind of like, oh, you fuck with the wrong person, dude. I'm about to call
My
my
grandfather
grandpops.
got pull. He's gonna get me
Yeah,
out of
not
here.
only does he got pulled, he's got 3 guns in the top drawer, and he ain't worried about you coming in here.
So
I'm just
like,
saying. I mean, these are all the what ifs, right? Like,
mhm.
like it's it's just such a thing, man. It's just like it just comes down to who do you believe, man? Like I said in the song 95, who do you believe? Do you believe the cab driver? I mean, based on when you got Adi in this chat, um, he's such a liar. But is there an explanation to his lies? And
Right.
Adi, I know you watching, man. You're up, bro, and you seen what happened here tonight, man. Do me a favor, man. Talk to your boy, bro. Call me up, man. Let's talk. As you can see, man, I'm not trying to put it all on you. I hope that you know that, man. I'm not trying to put it all on you.
So I was watching some
I
of
got.
Danny.
Let me tell you something. I lost. I'm gonna tell you how many subscribers I lost tonight, Adi, because of your punk ass.
God damn, Marty.
I'm gonna tell you right now. Oh god damn! I lost about 7 subscribers.
Nuh-uh.
Yeah, they unsubscribe fast. They hate it. They hate when you call them up. See, I don't usually look at the chat. I've been on my good boy shit. Like,
Right.
I've been on this role before where I played the villain, and sometimes I don't give a fuck. right? Like, and because I, because I got What the Duck. Why do I care? If I go stream and I got What the Duck there, I'm good.
Yeah.
All I need is What the Duck and Michelle Beach and Becky and Tom and original Jola. I just need about, you know what I mean? I know who my long gamers are, but I know the ones that like some of these people came back, they came
Mm-hmm.
back because they're like, oh, they're not swimming late night no more,
Right.
doing what we usually do at this time where we're just talking hella shit.
Hella shit.
Who knows? You just never know. Nah, we reached the ceiling, but we ain't got nothing to say to them fools.
Definitely.
And
So, but
Justice
listen,
Junkie, but
I just
go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead, bro.
I was watching some stuff with the Deanna Crimmins videos and stuff like that, and I sent you the saying from Sherlock Holmes, and I just this is how I think. Like when I seen this, like it caught my eye because it says Sherlock Holmes is known for his motto, which is when you have excluded the impossible, whatever remains, however improbable, must be the truth. So like we're eliminating all the
Yeah, and it's
impossible.
get in Tom, my boy Tom said it perfect. He said earlier, he said something about the intensity. This case has a strong intensity to it because we both have, you lost your moms, bro,
Mhm.
and you got daughters. And you talked about that earlier with me. Like, God forbid, you said JFK, man, I got 30-year-old daughters, man. Like, what if they get with some dude or some dude stalks them and does some serious, like, it makes you think there's some sick bucks out there. Like one of these females, one of these beautiful females in the chat go to Dunkin' Donuts tomorrow, and the guy goes, "Hey, can I get your number?" And she goes, "No, I'm taken," or something like that. "Thank you, but no, thank you." And he follows her, he
Right.
stalks her, and he goes in and he does some shit like that. I mean, this is the shit that happens. I mean, you
It's
see it.
true. It happens
Like
everywhere. Look at these
women
sick
got it
people.
hard, man. Like there's men who just cross the boundaries, like
Yeah.
just right off the bat. A woman says no, and they're like, "Oh, that's not good enough for me. I know where you live. I'm gonna drive by your house. I'm gonna call you the weed whacker girl. I'm gonna do whatever I gotta do to make you like me. You're hot. Question
Yeah.
mark, question mark. Like clingers, man.
Stage
And
5.
yeah, so I mean, at 15 years old, was he like that? I don't know. Was he advanced a little bit? I don't know. We did see the like, and that's the thing. You can't judge us on one stream. And I said that before. You can't judge us on one stream. We've been at this shit since November. We just pulled
October.
up that October. We pulled that content up from our archives. That's nobody else's. That's us. And when you listen to the questions, you've seen how much we investigated that case in that short window of time. We were asking her every question we had. Now we're going back and we're weighing everything out. And that one answer that we got, she basically said, well, even if the way I took it was, well, even if he was guilty at this point, I love him anyway. And I get
My
that because
brother.
at this point, time has passed. Janet's gone. So the way she's looking at it now, through the lens now, like, what are you gonna do? Time went on. He's been in jail 31 years. She's been gone. Like, it is what it is. But that's not what I'm doing here. I'm speaking on it from that point, from 1995, not to what's going on now. When I'm thinking about Paul, I don't even envision a 45-year-old man. I envision a fucking kid. When I'm
Right.
thinking about Eddie O'Brien, I'm not thinking about this big ass dude they just posted, Big Ed posted in Gardner, hovering over everybody like this. Like, I'm not even thinking about him. I'm thinking about the little dude. Yeah, like, that's my friend's mother. That's my friend's mother. Nah, I don't get it. Yeah. That's who I'm thinking about. I'm thinking about me as a young dude. I'm thinking about the time. That's the only way, ladies and gentlemen, you're going to get through this if you think about it from that space and time, not what you know now in life, your maturity now, and how you view 15-year-old kids. Take yourself back to that space and time, to the way things were back then.
Right.
And then maybe we can get the answer. And with
Just
that being
maybe.
said, I'll see everybody at 6 p.m. tomorrow with my man, Jay Brill. You can never break up the band, even if you unsubscribe. We'll still be here. I
Yes,
go by the
sir.
name of JFK.
And I go by Jay Brillon.
Peace and love, everybody. We'll see you tonight at 6 p.m. Thank you for
Stay
your
safe,
time,
buddy.
my brother.
Always.
Yes. Let's go.
On the street,
Go.
smoking Indo, sipping on gin and juice.
Laid back.
With my mind on my money and my money on my mind. Ladies, this is bedtime magic. Yes. Sit back and relax. Fellas, calm down. Let the sexy ladies work. Ladies, spray your favorite fragrance in the air. Do it now. Yes. Come on. Do you feel it? Light a candle, feel the vibe. J.F.K. in the mix. Come on. Right now. Do you feel it? Light a candle, feel the vibes and feel the magic. Drop a comment, super chat with the boys. Unwind, match the energy. Come on. J.F.K. in the mix. Come on. Right now. Ladies, this is bedtime magic. Yes. Sit back and relax.
I know just how to whisper, and I know just how to cry. I know just where to find you.
Anybody who was offended tonight, right? Here's a disclaimer. Anybody that was offended, don't be offended. Don't be offended. There was no crash show. There's no crash show. All I'm saying is that we got to look at every angle. We don't want to get sloppy. We've seen what sloppy took us on that last case, Baron Reed. We want to hold this case with integrity. We want to curate it, cultivate it. We want to make sure we got it right. That's all.
the answers, and I know just how to lie. I know just how to fake it, and I know just how to scheme. I know just when to face the truth, and then I know just when to dream. And I know just where to touch you, and I know just what to prove. I know when to pull you closer, and I know when to let you loose. And I know the night is fading, and I know the time's gonna fly. And I
Night shift nomad. You don't have to apologize, number one, right? But when you got to understand, me, Kevy Kev, and Jay Brill, we talk all the time, right? Like all day long, like up to the shows. We conversate. So sometimes when we're on the porch, we're just talking between us. And your perception is that we're like fighting, but we're not. We're not fighting. It's kind of like, listen, bro, we had this conversation. Like, where I stand. We can't say certain things, because we got to think of the mindset of who's watching. Potential people that might want to come to us with a case, potential people that might want to be sponsors, potential people, it could be anybody who's watching. And we don't want to look stupid. We want to look professional. I get it. We're hood boogers. We wear funny hats, but we want to make sure our context is king. And that's it. And we talk about them things, tightening things up. We can't keep going around the same circle. We want to level up, you know? And there's just a lot of passion behind me, Brill, Kevy Kev, James Jackson, where we want to take this thing in the future. We don't want to just be here for another year. I got almost 2 years in with the long gamers, right? Yeah. Yeah. 2 years of doing this with the long gamers. I want to do it for another 10 years if I can, right? But there's going to be levels to it. And we got to click, we got to form, we got to know what to say, what not to say. Can't just, because signals are getting mixed. My internet is doing internet things. Families texting us, they have issues, or, this is not adding up. So we start trying to make something out of nothing. That's not going to do it. We got to stay the course. We got to stay with the format. We got to stay what took us to the dance. And sometimes I might have to, you know, come in and have this conversation, and I'm just trying to be transparent with my audience. Like, listen, me and Jay Bro can be heated at each other for a second, and but it's not like we're really mad. We're just having this discussion. So I get it, and I respect you guys looking at it that way. But when the chat starts saying, "Hey, that's not fair what you're doing to Jay Brill," and all that, it's like, nah, you got to understand. I can understand your position of it. But when you start doing that, it's kind of like it's a game now, right? Like, oh, you're being mean to him and he's being mean to you and da 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 da. It's like we're not looking at it that way. And if you've been here, you know the way we see things, right? If you've been here, and if you've been here, there's a higher, there's a bigger cause. Like that right there's a hiccup. Don't worry about that. Worry about what we're trying to do. But it seems like some people just want to focus on that type of shit. And when I see that, like that makes me say, you see what the type of work we're trying to do. We're trying to be righteous. We're trying to do the right thing. We're not trying to be about the drama, although sometimes things might get a little chippy and a little choppy. But if that becomes the topic, then we lose sight of what we're trying to do. So that makes sense. Peace. Good morning. Yikes.
And I know the ways to fame. I know all the rules and then don't know how you do it, making love out of nothing at all, out of nothing at all, out of nothing at all. Out of nothing at all, out of nothing at all, out of nothing at all, out of nothing at all. Every time I see you on the rays of the sun, I'm screaming through the waves in your head, and every star in the sky is taking aim at your eyes like a spotlight. The beating of my heart is a drum and it's lost and it's looking for a rhythm like you. You can take the darkness from the pit of the night and turn it to a beacon burning endlessly bright. I gotta follow it 'cause everything I know, well, it's nothing till I give it to you. I can make you run and stumble, I can make the final block, and I can make every tangle at the sound of the whistle. I can make all the stadiums rock. I can make tonight forever, or I can make it disappear by the dawn. And I can make you every promise that has ever been made, and I can make all your demons be gone. But I'm never gonna make it without you. Do you really wanna see me crawl? And I'm never gonna make it like you do, making love out of nothing at all, out of nothing at all, out of nothing at all. I know just how to whisper, and I know just how to cry. I know just where to find the answers, and I know just how to lie. I know just how to fake it, and I know just how to scheme. I know just when to face the truth, and then I know just when to dream. And I know just where to touch you, and I know just what to prove. I know when to pull you closer, and I know when to let you loose. And I know the night is fading, and I know the time's gonna fly. And I'm never gonna tell you everything I gotta tell you, but I know I gotta give it a try. And I know the roads to riches, and I know the ways to fame. I know all the rules, and then I know how to break 'em, and I always know the name of the game. But I don't know how to leave you, and I'll never let you fall.
Yeah,
And I don't know how
Boston.
to do it, making love out of nothing at all, out of nothing at all, out of nothing at all. Out of nothing at all, out of nothing at all, out of nothing at all, out of nothing at all. Every time I see you on the rays of the sun, I'm screaming through the waves in your head, and every star in the sky is taking aim at your eyes like a spotlight. The beating of my heart is a drum and it's lost
Disclaimer.
Serious offense. Perception number 2.
Disclaimer.
Thank me.
Why?
Please don't go, girl. You would ruin my whole world. Tell me you'll stay.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Boston.
Static selector.
Yeah. Boston. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Boston.
Static selector.
I walked outside.
Oh shit. We in the hood? Or the hood is in here?
Absolutely. Sticky fingers, ladies and gentlemen.
Welcome to the stream. Let's go. Let's make the go. Guess we are the hood boogers.
All the hood boogers. Scratch that. Maybe it's because we too good looking.
They can get up. Turbulence in the chat. Turbulence in the
I'm king, and they know it. When I snap my fingers, everybody says sure. I'm hot, and you're not. But if you want to hang with me, I'll give it one shot. Top that. Hang with me, I'll give it one shot. Top that.
Supersonic, idiotic, disconnected, not respected. Who would ever really want to go and top that? Such a waste of pretty face, but hanging in your nose space. I wish that you would take a look and really stop that. Top that. Well, stop that. I don't really give a about trying to top that. Top that. Stop that. I wish you finally take a real look and really stop that.
What's this?
Stop that.
What gives?
Top that. I don't really give a about trying to stop that.
Top that.
Big deal.
Stop that.
Unreal.
You can try till you blue.
I will make a fool of you. Top that.
Static selector.
Yeah.
Right now, stacking up problems that are so unnecessary. Wish that I could slow things down. I wanna let go, but there's comfort in the panic. And I drive myself crazy, thinking everything's about me. Yeah, I drive myself crazy, cause I can't escape the gravity.
Ladies, this is bedtime magic. Yes.
Yes.
Sit back and relax. Fellas, calm down.
I don't like my mind right now. Stacking up problems that are so unnecessary. Wish that I could slow things down. I wanna let go, but there's comfort in the panic. And I drive myself crazy, thinking everything's about me. Yeah, I drive myself crazy, cause I can't escape the gravity. I'm holding on. Why is everything so heavy? Holding on. So much more than I can carry. I keep dragging around what's bringing me down. If I just let go, I'd be set free. Holding on.
Long gamers, it is time to match the energy. Let's feel the.
But I'm pretty sure the water's out to get me. It's not like I made the choice to let my mind stay so fucking messy.
I don't like my mind right now. Stacking up problems that are so unnecessary. Wish that I could slow things down. I
chat. Turbulence in the chat. Turbulence in the chat. Turbulence in the chat.
I'm pretty sure the world is out to get me. It's not like I made the choice to let my mind stay so fucking messy. I know I'm not the same of the universe, but you keep spinning around me just the same.
Turbulence in the chat. Turbulence in the chat.
But you keep spinning around me just the same.
The world, I'll stop the world and melt with you. You've seen the difference and it's getting better all the time.
I walk outside. Oh shit. We in the hood? Or the hood is
I'll stop the world and melt with you.